Hello. Oops. Wait, what? Oh, I was like, what is that sound? Hello. It's nice to see you guys. It's Monday. Wait, hold on. Oh no. 23. Don't let me forget. Jelly beans. Hello, wait. Oh gosh. I just got here. 23. Okay. Wait, what? Oh no! Why is my gaming account signed into my freaking OBS, bro? Why? I don't. I'm streaming from the right account, right? I'm on the art account. I'm not streaming from the wrong account, right? Thank you for the drink. Speaking of drink, we have a special drink today. I'll tell you guys about in a little bit. Welcome in. First of all, Maestro, hi. Hi. Then we got Miso, Reko, Sick Ripper. How are you all? Oh. How you guys doing today? Hi, Jack. Oh, jelly beans. And Darth, have a wonderful lurk. I don't know why I'm signed into my other. I have no idea why I'm signed into the wrong channel. So rip me talking in chat. Oh gosh. Wah. It's on. She's on my face. Get off of my face. Get off. Go. Cheese it, drink energy. Oh my gosh. Oh no, Miso, I hope you feel better literally tomorrow. Or else. That's it. You have to feel better by tomorrow. Or else. But welcome in today. Today we are doing some... We have two announcements. Two big announcements today. And, we're gonna be working on some ambitations. There we go. I'm still not signed into the right one, but I literally went to my OBS, or not my OBS, my Chrome. Oh gosh. Oh, you guys. No, poor Naoko, bro. What's happening to Naoko? Hi, Bone Marrow. I think a lot of people wouldn't mind. Oh, okay. Maestro projecting. Oh, you got it. Wait, Bone Marrow. You took it, but I'm assuming, okay, if I remember correctly, what you want me to do is line and color the old sketch. Let me know, or if you want a new one, let me know, but let me know in DM. Because for some reason, well, you already know, Discord breaks and stuff. But welcome in, welcome in. Okay, two announcements. I'm gonna start with the biggest one right now. Are you guys ready? I know some of you guys are waiting right now, so let me go grab it real quick. Yee, thank you, Bone Marrow. Stop erasing me! So, guess what? We have started officially sign-ups for the new art event, or the next art event. It's not really an art event, but we had an event back in January, and this is our, I guess, next event since then. Wait, what? It should not. Is my microphone, is it back now? Hello? Help. It should not have. I literally fixed my microphone. Is it still broken? Still low? All right, let me open my, let me do some audio stuff then. I guess we're starting with audio. Let's go. All right, what's the problem, microphone? Testing my microphone. Testing, is it still, wait, is it down or is it back? Pick one or the other. Sounded like you were leaning away from the mic. I wasn't though. Here, this is what it sounds like if I'm leaning away from the microphone. But, okay, that's really annoying to have the echo in the background. The music started, the microphone volume went down, but it seems back to normal. Is the music the problem then? Is the music the issue? Oh, no way. Let's see. Hi, Cece. Why is everything... Oh, I know why things are broken right now. Because I don't have the correct... Where's this? Oh, crap. I'm clicking on the wrong things. Help. There we go. Test. There's my account. I don't know why that wasn't on there earlier. Okay, then I'm gonna turn on the music and see if it, like... Oh, the song ended, though. So, if I go to the middle of this song, is the microphone cutting out again with the music? Maybe there's something wrong with the... I have 0 filters on my microphone right now. Literally 0 on my microphone. Sounds fine to you? Ow. What? Isaac!
Isaac too lil guy.
He's just a little guy. I'm looking... What is this? I'm looking at my... I don't know why my microphone keeps breaking. I don't know whether it's OBS now. I don't think it's hardware. My hardware is fine. I could turn off my compressors, but that would be annoying to fight with the music. I don't think it's I don't know. Yeah, get your grades today. Get your grades today. Isaac, thank you so much for becoming a VIP here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. All right, back to the announcement. Let me know if my microphone breaks again. So, we have an announcement in the Discord. If you're not already in the Discord, you can either click that link and I think it'll prompt you to join. And if you click that link, it'll go straight to the announcement posted by our wonderful Hiyori. Did it really? How am I supposed to make...
Fantastic.
How am I supposed to make the announcement if my microphone keeps breaking? I want to hear it breaking. No, I want to hear it breaking. I want to hear... Is it because it sounds like it's not loud? I'm waiting to see if the mic. So like the microphone's still broken right now, right? Just to double check, because I don't know what it sounds like normally. Yo, the echo. I can hear my voice. I don't know. I don't know what more I can do at this point. As soon as you said you're about to make an announcement, it shut down. I don't know what more I can do. I have done so much in my power. So much in my power to make my microphone work, and it still doesn't. And I don't know, can I, Maestro, can I bother anyone? Is anyone, like, at home that I can call them really quick? And I just want to see on Discord. I just want to see if I call someone on Discord, is my microphone broken on Discord too? Because if it is, it's not an OBS thing, it is a microphone thing. Can I bother anyone right now? I've come to make an announcement. I just turned off my music so that way you guys can hear me for sure. Here, wait, this might help a little bit too. We have a command in case anyone asks about it. You can make your call through mobile. I can't do it literally through, like, if I call right now, Maestro, are you gonna get it? Because, look, I'm calling. Ba-na-na, ba-na-na. I don't think they'll be able to hear you either. I don't have that on. Alright, can you hear me, Maestro? Hello? Ooh, hi, Raccoon. Sorry, my microphone's having issues again. Can you hear me, Maestro? Is it loud or is it quiet? Does it? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna unplug my mic and plug it back in, and let me know if it sounds any different through Discord. Alright, give me a second. Give me a second, guys. Alright, so it should be fixed. It should be fixed on OBS. Does it sound any different on Discord? I sound the same on Discord? It is fixed. Thank you, Lifeless. Also, I'll take a sneaky peeky, Sick Ripper. Oh, they cannot hear you. Do you want me to turn you on so they can hear you? Okay. Now it feels like I'm not talking to anyone! It's not okay! No, because now, here, I have to turn on... the silence, it scares me! No, the silence, it scares me! You don't understand. On stream, it's like I'm just sitting here not doing anything. Because they can't hear you. The silence is deafening, bro. It's deafening. Suddenly much louder. I'm glad. It's supposed to be. Alright, I'm gonna check out what you sent me, Sick Ripper. My time! My announcement time! I had such cool announcements I wanted to share with you guys, and now I have to spend my time doing this crap. Oh, I gotta fix my microphone to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Because it's gonna keep happening, and 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 it's gonna keep happening. And it doesn't stop! It doesn't ever stop, bro! Sick Ripper sent me a thing that says stop mic auto-adjusting volume in Windows. So, here, I'll actually show you guys what I'm watching. Ooh. And it keeps on breaking. Well, now wait, if it was breaking in Windows, wouldn't it have broken on Discord as well? Here, I'll look at the video anyway. Here you guys go. Alright, my sound control panel is open. Okay, I didn't go into that. Hold on, wait. I messed up. Sound. He's going too fast. I actually don't even see that option. Sound control panel. Help! I'm already messing up. I just started. Ooh. Sound control panel. Can I just type control panel so that it actually shows up? Ew, why did it just open Edge? I didn't want Edge, please. Someone's gotta help me with this. Someone has to, like, literally hold my hand. I'm still looking for change system sounds, bro. Chill. I found it. Okay. Properties. Advanced. I feel like this is gonna mess up some microphone things, but I'll try it for now. I don't know for sure. Oh, crap. It wasn't on do nothing. Alright. I'm not having issues with specific games. Alright, we'll try it now. Maybe that was the issue. Maybe it was the fact that it was my computer picking up Spotify and being like, okay, we're gonna make you really quiet now, so Spotify can be focused because F you and your voice. Hi, Ewan! Welcome, Vince Stoic. How you guys doing? Oh, bro, we're having... I just wanted to make an announcement. Thank you so much for letting me call you, Maestro. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Mwah. Bye. Whee! Okay, okay. You could also run a... Oh, true, true. No, you're fine, Isaac. I literally, I had to type out... I couldn't just type sound and find it. I had to type out... Change sound, whatever, I don't care. This hurts. So let me know if my microphone breaks again. It should be good. It should have been good before, so I don't know. I do not know. Holds. That's right. So, announcements. I'm not gonna stop trying to make announcements because we have so many that I want to go through today. Oh, so by so many I mean two, but I think they're big announcements. Firstly, if you guys did not already know, we have posted an art event over on the Discord. I will link it again and again and again. And they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. Art event. There you go. And I'll pin this real quick. Hi, Claire. Yee! We do be doing some co-working. Our first announcement is that we have an art event. It is called the Isometric Academy Community Art Event. Long name. All of the information is in the channels. It's in the channels on the Discord. But essentially, if I were to be TLDR it, you guys will sign up for it. And after signups close on June 30th, the events team and I will assign everyone to teams based off of, basically, so everyone is comfortable together on the team. Especially depending on, like, because we're not going to put a bunch of people who don't do art often on the same team. Because they might get very overwhelmed very fast. It's not a very hard thing to do. It's just the idea of we want everything to be equal and even. We will assign everyone onto a team, and then you will be in charge of creating a room for the academy. There's like 100, you guys already know, there's hundreds of rooms in the academy. So you get to make one of them. If you don't know what isometric means, again, all of the information is on the Discord, but it's one of these things. So we have a huge reference channel too to show references. But an isometric room, I know you guys have seen it, but you might not have heard the name because it's an interesting name. It looks like this. If I can get my captures, there it is. It looks like this. This is what, again, I'm sure you guys have seen it before, but this is what an isometric room looks like. It's like that view or angle of a room where you can see, and it does not have to be pixel, but you can see, like, the two walls and the floor. You can get fancy with it if you want, but this is like a basic one. And then you have things in the room. Is it really? I don't know what more to do, y'all. I could just not have music, but I can guarantee that would be not fun. So I'm just looking at some settings. I don't know. It shifted volume to Spotify. It really did. It really dooby-doo. I don't know what more to do. I literally cannot even go over my announcements, let alone like talk. Like if it's just to do art, hey, I could have a muted art stream. Tons of people do it, but I don't mind that part. It's the idea that I really, really, really wanted to tell you guys. I really, really wanted to tell you guys about these announcements, and I can't even do that. Like I said, if we have to have a muted art stream, we have to have a muted art stream. It is what it is, right? That's just life. You swing with the punches, or whatever the term is. But I literally wanted to tell you guys about 2 cool things, and I can't even do that. That's kind of annoying. It is kind of annoying. Hi, Gray. My microphone's broken. I don't know what more to do. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could just have no audio or no music while I'm giving the announcement. I feel like my microphone just fixed itself. Or maybe it didn't. I don't know. I could just have no music while I give the announcement really quick. It did? Maybe it is the Spotify. I don't know. And then... It is weird, right, Advent? Do you guys mind if I just give the announcement without any audio, and then after the announcements, then we'll just turn on music, and I don't know, I guess just F off because my mic doesn't want to work today. Maybe a Spotify. You know what I could do? I don't normally do this because I don't like ads, and I know you guys don't like ads. None of us likes ads. Literally freaking what? But let me test something. I'm gonna try just playing something in, I don't even know. I'm gonna try playing something in YouTube this time, like a YouTube playlist. Let me know if that cuts my mic out. Here you go. Can you guys hear it? Sorry if you guys hear ads up the butthole, because I have ads. I don't have YouTube Premium. Hi, Cruel. You hear it? Okay, so let me know. We'll test it out today. Maybe it's a Spotify thing. But if my microphone goes out again, let me know. And we'll see if it's, hold on, it's a little loud on my end. We'll see if it's Spotify or if it's all audio or I don't even know. Yeah, no, I don't have to go anywhere, Gray, but my microphone can go, can go in the trash bin, bro. I'm getting, buh. I'm glad you guys hear the music. Yeah, look, if my microphone cuts out again, then I'll just shut off all the music and I'll make the announcement. Anyway, we have an art event. You get to create a room in the Academy. You will be on teams. Make sure you read through when you sign up for it. I could even show you guys the forum, if I can find it. And we do have a questions channel. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask. We don't want anyone to be super confused about it. Ignore the timer. This is the forum for signing up. Right here. What's your favorite process? Make sure that you check the one that you like the most. If you like more than one, make sure you check the one you like the most, and maybe we should have made this so that multiple answers can be picked. But the whole point of it is that we are going to try to assign people based off of what they like the most with other people who like other things. So if you really like sketching, we're going to find people who like cleaning and coloring and rendering to go into a group. We're going to try our best to very balance the teams. Now, granted, there's no like competition or anything, but it's just the idea of trying to get everyone together and to have fun with it. And that's essentially our event. And for the record, you do not have to have any experience with art. That's what we're here for. We're here to help. We are here to help. The whole point is to have fun and meet new people, maybe. But we'll see. We'll see how many people sign up, and we will assign groups accordingly, yada yada, blah blah blah. And here's all the deadlines. So again, you have until June 30th to sign up. If you do sign up, and then you realize like something comes up and you're like, oh crap, I can't do it anymore, let us know before June 30th. Because we will assign teams at that time, and we don't want to assign someone to a team and they can't, they can't do it. Everyone will get their DMs on July 1st for what team, like who's on their team and the rooms and stuff. And if you have any questions, I'll make group chats, kind of like we did in January. I'll make group chats so that we are here for you. We are here. It's not supposed to be a hard event. It's just supposed to be fun. Uh, you have 1 month. You have one entire month to do the event. One entire month. And then we will have a stream where we show off everyone's art. Right now it's TBH because it's a little ahead. It's like 2 months from now, so I'm not 100% sure, but as we go through the event and we get closer, I will announce exactly when the actual reveal will be. It'll probably be in the first week of August, so expect it around then, but I put TBA just so I don't have anything permo right now. Do they get graded in the academy? Do you want them to be graded? Sounds like fun. I hope it's fun. I hope you guys have fun with it. Aw. Oh, yes, I feel that snowing. You can click the... Wait, what? We have one more announcement. We have one more announcement, though. All right, let me see. Okay. For the record, I think my microphone's doing okay so far. Knock on wood, because I hope I didn't just jinx it. So, you guys have been asking for it. I've been mostly asking for it, but I was asking you guys, hey, what would you like to see or to get if, you know, we ever got a partnership or a sponsorship or, you know, stuff like that. So, how do I put this? There is a thing happening soon. Am I being subtle enough about this? There is a thing happening soon. I don't know the exact date. I have to work with some people. But I will at least say that for the next couple streams that we have. Did my mic really go down? Well, on the bright side, at least we know it's not just Spotify. Now let me know if the microphone goes back up now that I turned the music off. Now that I turned it off. The music is cursed, apparently. I don't know, what kind of microphone is it? It's a Rode mic, Rode Pod mic, and I have... Hold on. Let me grab my... Hold on. Behind my monitor. My mixer is a Pro FX 6 V3. Sorry, there's so many freaking letters that I don't were necessary, but they put it in anyway. So my microphone is Rode Pod mic, and my mixer is Pro. I already forgot. Pro FX 6V3. Oh crap, I forgot the 3. As we're having mic issues again. That's no surprise though. There we go. The 3 was supposed to be in there. Look, like I said, I don't mind having a stream where it's just music, we just jam out, and you know, I don't talk if I have to be muted. What I do mind is just the fact that it's because this is the one segment of the stream where I'm trying to talk about something, and my microphone is not having it. And you want to know what's even funny about that? I bet you that if we were to fix my microphone, it's gonna work the rest of the stream. It's gonna work the rest of the stream when I don't really need to talk, because, you know, we're doing art and we're focused and everything. It's gonna work. And then it's not gonna work right now when I need it to. That's why. That's what's, just wait for it. Just wait for it. I also don't think the microphone fixed itself yet, so... Wild. I don't know what's going on, though. I see I'm getting DMs up the woozy. It's kind of hard for me to do, like, stuff on stream. Oh, this has nothing to do with it. Never mind. Good. Oh. I'm glad the music and alerts are fine, in the very least. You can also tell... I don't know if you can kind of see it. Do you see my mouth movement? Check this out. Check this out. This is how I know that it breaks. Other than my OBS audio mixer, like the green's no longer... Okay, it's going to get really blurry for a second here. Here, you know what? Oh gosh, no. Wrong button. Let me make it so it's not blurry. Okay, you want to know how I know that the microphone breaks? Do you see my mouth right now? How it's like barely moving? Blah, 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 blah. So let me unplug my mic, plug it back in, and force it to work again. Which for the record, I don't like unplugging my mic because that is how you break your XLR cables. So I'm trying not to do that, but I'll show you guys. All right, so oh wait, no, my microphone's still broken. Huh? Would you look at that? I could tell because my mouth isn't moving that much. The only thing I can think of is to unplug it from a different area. Oh wait, I think is it fixed? Ta. I can't tell if it's fixed. Oh no, my microphone is fixed, but it's still. Why is my mouth being so broken today? Mouth, what are you doing today? Okay, now my mouth is just straight up broken. It should be fixed now. It's fine now. It's fine now. Just wait. Just wait. Give it some time. Is the gain getting wonky? There is no gain. I have no filters. I have no filters on my microphone right now. They are all turned off. No noise suppression, no gain, no limiter, no gate, no compressor, nothing. Not a thing is on my microphone right now. Other than, obviously, the mixer itself and the microphone itself, like, doing its own thing. Nothing through OBS, I should say. Let me see. I think I know why my mouth isn't moving very much. If you ever wanted to know... Warudo things, you have to have the correct microphone hooked up with Warudo. Because right now, what it's taking is my actual physical mouth movements. This is gonna look so weird in real life. I'm so glad you guys can't see this. Look that. Okay, wait, well, there were questions. I'm sorry. Oh, you're using an XLR? I am. I'm using an XLR and a cloud lifter, if you wanted to know. No, it's not OBS. Here, let me see. For anyone coming in wondering why it's so freaking quiet, that is because everything is broken. Yeah. Okay, testing. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Now my mouth is moving. This is what my mouth should look like when I talk. This is how I know my microphone breaks, except it was literally, it was just the setting in Warudo was broken, so we're gonna ignore that. That was a little wonky, but... Whee! Wait, no, you're supposed to go wee. Oh, hello? Why are you guys so close to me? Get away! I'm not, good. Alright. It's also having issues. Do they know what's up, Ewan? I'm scrolling down. I updated my audio drivers last month when the same issue was happening. Quality content. Bleh. I want to show you guys something else too. It's with Live 2D, but I don't feel like switching over my program just for that, especially because that has nothing to do with my microphone at all. I'm gonna change the timer back up to 10 minutes straight up. And then if I really need to skip it, I'll skip back to the stuff, but... gain should not... It's not... Nope, gain shouldn't be an issue. It's not in OBS anyway. I feel like it's the game. Keep talking, nobody explodes. Bro, I'm really good. I'd be really good at that game, except it's not even that it's keep talking and nobody explodes. It's that you have to literally talk. And you have to talk about something specific, like which wires to cut, or what numbers to press, and yeah. If it was just talking and about anything you want and nobody explodes, I think we'll be fine. It has nothing to do with the input problems. His voice sometimes does not register through calls. From what I've heard that these microphones are really quiet, and you can see it in Audacity. If you ever record audio on Audacity, Maestro knows, because he's been over my house and seen me literally record in Audacity for a thing, and it's so quiet compared to apparently what his stuff is like. I never even knew. And you know what's funny about that? We have the same cloud lifter, we have the same mixer. The only thing that's different between me and Maestro is that I have the pod mic and he has a different microphone. But everything else is the same. The mixer, the lifter, and everything. So I don't know why the pod mic is so wonky with it. It's so wonky with it. Anyway, I'm gonna make this quick announcement so it's not ridiculously quiet now, because I can hear my thoughts and I don't like hearing my thoughts. So, yes, I have nothing 100% confirmed yet, only because I need some time to make some graphics. Wink. But we do have a thing that is coming. I don't think it'll be this way. Honestly, I think it'll be the start of next week, so I have time to make everything. But in the meantime of waiting for that thing that's coming, that might be drinkable, I'm going to be taste testing the drinks live on stream. Yay! I guess I should be more specific with it, but I enjoy not being specific with it. But it's let me just say, it's a very obvious thing. Many other streamers and VTubers also have worked with this company. So it's not glue. I'm not gonna eat damn glue. I have eaten glue before, let me just tell you, it's not as bad as you think, and I'm still alive. That was many years ago too, so I'm still alive. I don't think glue has any like super after effects or something. After effects. Oh my gosh, I don't even want to talk about freaking Photoshop and Adobe and stuff. Anyway, so regardless of the brand, which I will tell you guys the specific brand closer to the time when it comes out, but the flavor that I'm going to be trying today is called Blood Orange. It's not so much of a secret. I'm sure you guys could 99% nail exactly the company I'm talking about. But without me confirming it, I think it's fun to just make you guys guess. All right, so again, Blood Orange. What I do is I pour this thing into a water, which I have with me, and I poured it, and I got powder everywhere. Huzzah. I'm so good at this! Why are you guys still talking about glue? I'm not eating glue! I'm not eating glue! Glue doesn't come in... Does glue come in powder? Glue does not come in powder. I'm not eating glue. You guys could literally... Unless my microphone broke again. You guys heard me pour the powder in the water. It's not glue! It's not glue! Damn it! Stop! No, I ate edible glue. It's not non-toxic glue. It's edible glue. It's different. I swear. It's normal. I ate the whole thing. It might have something to do with an energy drink. Now I mix it together and pray that I do not get water everywhere, because if I do, I think I'm going to quit for today and just lay down, and we're all gonna take a nap today. And it's gonna be a huge nap day, and we're just not gonna do anything today. But I think we'll be fine. I think I'm being careful with it. Powdered orange. It's zest, bro. I'm not even putting powder in it. All I did was take an orange and I zested it, and I just put the zest in and I'm shaking it up. It's not true. No, I'm kidding. But we'll see. We'll see what this is. So, like I had mentioned, or if anyone was not here for the conversation, I had asked many streams for many times what you guys would like to see us get sponsored by. Now, I made the suggestion, and because I really enjoy the idea of it, of doing something that involves productivity, because that's kind of, what we do here on stream. Ironically, because we are currently not being productive with the fact that everything's breaking. But you know what? That happens in life, and that's okay. You take the punches. Oh, wait, it's not you swing the punches, you roll with the punches. What does that even mean? What does it mean you roll with the... What is that supposed to mean? I don't know. Okay. Anyway, but, oh crap, what was I saying? So we were talking about either a coffee brand. We talked about a lot of... Actually, you guys gave some suggestions for brands, too, that I should reach out to. We talked about a coffee brand. We talked about energy drinks. We talked about vitamins. We talked about energy bars. And so, here we are. And like I said, it's coming. I wanted to kind of talk to you guys about it before I actually... wouldn't it kind of suck? I was thinking about this earlier, right? Wouldn't it kind of suck if I was like, hey guys, you guys can use my discount code to get off on this thing, but you only have like 1 day to do it. And I literally only give you 1 day, and it's that day. That would suck a lot. So I figured, it might be a lot better if I talk about it on stream before I actually go into the whole, hey, you guys have 3 days to get 30% off this item. I feel like that's a lot nicer. And the better part about it is that we're gonna be taste testing each of the flavors every day. Like, different flavors. I have like 6 of them, so we only have 4 streams, unfortunately. You're only supposed to drink 1 a day. If you drink more than 1 a day, it's not recommended. But, so I'm gonna drink 1. It's orange! It's orange! It's called blood orange. It's called blood orange. It's the exact name. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Orange that's, red? And there's supposed to be no sugars in it. I'm not eating glue! Recco! I just read the title. I saw that it was a clip. I was gonna thank you. And then it says, Spelly eats freaking glue. I'm not eating glue. You get too swole. For real, for real. Alright, I shook it up. I probably shook it up too much, but I wanted to make sure it was well shook. So, I'm gonna taste test it, and then I'm gonna turn on the music because the silence scares me. Okay. Here we go. Ready? So this is blood orange. I'll let you guys know. For the record, I did drink 1 yesterday. I drank grape. So this one's blood orange. I did like the grape. It wasn't bad. If you guys like grape flavored things, you'd probably like it. Okay. Now, oh wow. I'll give you small bias. I've never been a huge fan of orange juice, but I'm gonna tell you right now, this doesn't really taste too much like orange juice. It tastes more like Sunny D. Like, not super strong Sunny D. You know how Sunny D is hella sugared and hella, like, really, really strong? It, like, punches your throat every time, and it's more like you're drinking acid. This tastes like watered down Sunny D. In a good way. That sounds bad if I say watered down. It tastes like Sunny D, but if it's good. I feel bad for people that like Sunny D. My bad. I didn't even mean... It tastes like Sunny D, but if it wasn't acid going down your throat, that's all. So it's actually pretty good. Hold on, I'm gonna drink more. And I got it on my face. Crap. Yeah, it's tame Sunny D, exactly. So again, the one that we're trying today is blood orange. Feel free to ask me any questions. Blood orange! Feel free to ask me any questions about it. There you go. But like I said, I will announce the actual, when we have the actual day that I say, you know, oh, we're officially sponsored, yada yada, then I will tell you the exact name of the company. But again, I'm 99% sure you guys already know. So, in the very least, this is me saying that it's coming. It's coming, and I want to try all the flavors before I, like, tell you guys that it tastes good, because it would kind of suck for me to be like, yeah, you guys should try it, and then I didn't even try it myself. That would be... I feel like that's such a... How does that even work? Hey, you guys should try exercising. I don't exercise myself, but I hear it's good for you. No, actually, it's good for you. That was a bad example. You guys know what I mean, though. Oh, I'm going to turn on the music again so my microphone can break so you guys can't hear me anymore, because I'm saying a bunch of cringe stuff right now. Let me get Spotify up. Good. Yeah, a lot less strong Sunny D. Exactly. Alright. There we go. We got the music again, so eventually my microphone will break. As it do. But, hey, look, we can start doing art. That's the important part, right? So those are the 2 announcements. The first one, we have an art event that is officially open. You guys can sign up over in the Discord. And we have something special coming that involves a sponsorship of some sort, maybe even a partnership. Who knows? I don't know what either of those words mean interchangeably. I thought they were the same thing. That involves a drink. So there you go. There you go. Otherwise, I'm going to switch over now. Oh crap. I wasn't ready. Ugh. I want to switch over to art. Hello, this is... Oh. Hello? No? Hello? There we go. Wait. Yep. We're here. We made it. It took a hot minute, but we made it. Right now I have my reference sheet up for some reason, so I need to actually open the thing, but... Ooh. How much blood? No! What are you talking about, Snowy? God, I know. I've been asked, if you guys didn't know, I have a gaming channel, and on the gaming channel, I have a redeem for doing sit-ups and push-ups. And I've been asked several times if I could move that redeem over here to this channel, and I'm like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Is it a bad idea? No, not at all. Am I lazy? No, not at all. Have a good one, Gray. Will it make you a vampire? That's, let me ask. Do you want to be a vampire? Orange vampire like an Oompa Loompa. Oompa Loompas aren't even vampires. What the heck are you talking about? The Freud picture? Oh, wait, you mean this one? Oh, I have some, okay, I'm not gonna spoil it, but I do have some other sneaky peek, no. I have some other secrets coming soon, along with that. My mods know, so I don't know how to keep a secret. It's so hard. Are you talking about this one? Oz? Freud. I made this a little while ago. Secret? What's that? Honestly, as a VTuber, what is that? Good. Aw, thank you. Without then that's rape. Don't drink blood. I'm just in it for the lore. Good, because it is very lore related. Good, good, good. I'm glad you guys really like lore, because I do too. Alright, we were actually getting pretty far on this one. I'm excited. I'm gonna start doing the more coloring. Such secret, very lore. Oh no. They're here for the lore. What is it? What is it? I was gonna say, what is it about lore that people like, but I feel like that's too broad. What if I did something like... Well, this one's kind of broad too. What would you say is your favorite trope in lore? If you like tropes. If you don't, I guess that's not a trope, but you know what I mean. Have a good one, Oz. I had to do my poke catch. I gotta catch the Pokemans. Or else. Or else. I want to turn up the music because it's extremely low now. So I'm gonna turn up the music, but I gotta give the warning that my microphone might break again, as it do be do. So, there's the forewarning. Just let me know if it does. I get easily invested in worlds, so I love lore for that reason. Invested like you want to see what happens next, or invested like you want to be a part of the world, or you imagine yourself a part of the world. Or both. As long as it's cohesive, that is what I enjoy. Otherwise, tropes that set up conflicts and resolution. I like to understand character motivations. That's a good one. You know what I have a love-hate for when a conflict arises because of lack of communication. I have a love-hate for it. My love for it is the fact that it's understandable because whether we like it or not, that happens in real life as well. That is just a thing that happens in life where lack of communication causes problems. Very often. But I have a hate for it because at the end of the day, it's the idea of this could have absolutely been solved had people just talked to each other, which, again, happens in real life. I'm gonna color this one a little bit. Surprisingly often. Because, you know, not you specifically, but people tell themselves, you know, oh man, if these people just talk to each other, right? And that's fine and dandy to say, but realistically, there are so many times where people don't talk to each other about stuff, whether it's because it's uncomfortable to bring up, or they just completely forget, or, you know, maybe they just don't have that social skill to realize that you should communicate certain things to people, right? And that happens. That is life. But a lot of people, they like to say, you know, oh, that would never happen to me because I love talking to people. That's fine. But stuff happens. And no matter how good you are at communicating, things sometimes slip, or like things get misunderstood pretty easily. Oh crap, I've been doing this wrong. Pretty darn easily people will mistake things and not ask for clarification, and then boom, there's a big miscommunication, you know? Hi, Kit Kat! We're talking about communicating. It's important. In like a story, well, in real life too, but in stories and stuff. Hold on, I messed up. Ooh, let me go back. It's because of this. This is why I messed up. Sometimes they might be better off saying less too. That's another thing, Claire. That's something that I think a lot of people, including I'm gonna be completely honest, including myself. That's something that a lot of people don't know or don't understand, is that you can clarify things like forever. You could talk about things and be as communicative, you know what I mean, communicative as you can, but sometimes it is better to say less. Sometimes it is better to say less. And that's something I need to learn. Hi, Froggy! We're talking about communication. Communication, okay. Even though that is a very good point, Claire, I still think that communication is highly important. Or their lack of, both of them, is important in relationships. Whether it's love interests or friendships or, you know, even like working, like your working peers or your bosses. Twitch chats, streamers, viewers and stuff, all of this, communication is important. I honestly, as a streamer, I need better communication. There are times that people do things that make me uncomfortable. Like, they'll say something or do something in chat that makes me uncomfortable, and I don't say anything. I'm sure some of you could probably see it. Like, you'll hear me, like, dancing around the topic or not talking about something. And as a viewer, as a streamer, I apologize to you for being a viewer whenever that happens. I don't know what else to do. I need to learn something that's good. Honestly, maybe I should just speak up if something makes me uncomfortable. But I also have such a hard... I do have a hard time with... I have a hard time with confrontation when I'm not in text. With exceptions. I can confront someone if someone else is vocal, because we're both on the same playing field. But right now, you guys are in text, and I am in voice, which means I have to be able to talk on the spot and be able to know everything that I'm gonna say. But someone who's in text can look up stuff. They can, like, reread things before they post. I can't reread what I'm about to say. So it becomes really hard for me to be confrontational if I'm confronting someone who's in text and I'm in voice. For me, I find it so hard to confront. And that is an issue for me, and that is something that I'll have to deal with. I'm not even saying that it's a good thing. It's not, but it's hard. That's all. Ugh. I throw the slide because I have issues with this. Isaac, no! Wait, you have issues with communicating, or wait, you like character growth? So if someone starts off OP and never grows, oh yes, I agree. Look, I'm fine with someone being OP as long as they have flaws that they need to work on, or if they, you know, find something that, basically literally what I just said, something where they have a conflict and they need to work on something, even if it's internal or external. But if someone's OP and they're just perfect, I don't like that. Like, One Punch Man, for example, the first season. I didn't mind it because I turned my brain off watching it. But he was so OP that it was just basically a whole show about, you know, the first season. I never watched past the first season, but it was a whole show about, you know, here's a dude and he's flawless. It's not even that he's flawless, it's that no one can beat him. His flaw is the fact that no one can beat him, and now he feels bored. right? And that's okay. That is something that I'm sure they worked on more in later seasons, which again I did not watch. I should. I do want to watch it. Don't get me wrong. I do still want to watch One Punch Man. I did not dislike it, but that's just an example of, you know, this is someone who's OP who has nothing against him. Sorry, I'm just drinking more of that blood orange. Hi Tay, welcome in. We're talking about communication and lack of communication in relationships and anime and stuff. You know what I mean? G Fuel C4 Monster. If I could get it. Wait, what? But I usually get misheard or wrong contexted. It's hard stowing. It's especially hard because there are people who have strengths and weaknesses when it comes to communication. It's hard to know social cues and social is the word social constructs the correct word to use here? It's hard for someone who's never learned that or who has a hard time learning that stuff, especially on their own, if someone else doesn't teach that to them. And I've been in this community. I'm gonna say not this community like the Academy, but this streaming Twitch community for so long that I have met many who have this issue, and it's nothing wrong with them. It's nothing wrong with, you know, society. Like, well, I don't know about society, but it's just the idea that they haven't been taught these things. People don't tell them these things, and they immediately get judged for these things. And I think it's better if people sit down and they recognize, you know, there are people who have these issues, and it's easier to take on these issues of people having, essentially, for lack of better terms, bad communication, if you understand that there are people that have bad communication. Now, granted, there's a difference between people who are bad at communicating and they stay bad on purpose because they don't care, and people who are bad at communicating because they don't know better and no one even bothers to teach them how to do it correctly, right? The big difference there. Gatorade? No. Wait, are you guessing the brand snowing? I just realized that. Perfection is boring? Yeah. I mean, if we were perfect at everything, like if I was perfect at animating, which clearly I'm not, but if I was perfect at animating, what would be the point? What would be so I can make pretty animations? For what though? I'm not improving anything, just so I can draw them for other people? I mean, I guess. I do enjoy doing things for other people, but do I dedicate my whole life to doing things for other people just because I'm perfect at something? I don't know. What does that make me at the end of the day? What do I become then? That's why being perfect is no fun. But it's fun to reach for perfection. It's not super fun to be perfect. It's the whole idea of the journey and not the destination. Hi, Vasago! I don't know if you guys watch Mashle. Wait, is that the one that goes doopy 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 doop? Or I don't I don't know, but is it that one? Oh gosh, what? Yeah, your brain has to work really fast if you're in voice and everyone else is not. And it's hard. It's hard for me. I hope you're doing good, Tay. Struggling to find someone to fight. That's literally his conflict, is the idea that he can't find someone to fight. It's an interesting conflict, to say the least. I can't say I've seen it around before, but, you know, one day I'll watch season 2. I'm sure it's good also. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about season 2, so I don't know. Animation. I think it's also interesting if you have a strong character, but they care about things and other characters that they can't always protect. Can I have an example? Hold on, my brain is processing. I have the loading symbol on my brain, or on my head. I think that's an interesting concept. I'm just trying to think of an example of when that happened. Unless it hasn't. You can make it, I believe. Is that like the idea of light from Death Note? Or no? Am I thinking something else? I don't know. Oh wait. Oh. I communicate easily through text. Not good at... I know, you would, exactly. I'm really good at text because, again, it's the idea of I'm able to reread things. I'm able to, if I need to look up how to spell something, well, I guess that's a text thing, not a talking thing. If I need to look up what something means because someone else said it, I'll do that. Or I'll just, honestly, I have no issue, though, with claiming ignorance and saying, hey, I don't know what that word means in any conversation, talking or text. That happens pretty often. But if I'm in text, it gives me the chance to look it up so I don't have to waste anyone else's time. I just look it up on my own. But there's a lot of time. My vocabulary is very lacking and my brain is, I'm unable to retain the, if I look something up, I'm not going to remember. For lack of better terms. It's tough. It's tough. Spelling editing. Can you imagine? I just straight up admit I made my own brand. My own. Oh gosh. Welcome back, Oz. You slowly been working on communicating? Shoutouts to partners. Oh. And Amy, I've been reading. Oh my gosh, I've been seeing and reading so much Amy X Shadow stuff. Very random, but. It's so good. Honestly, I'm not saying that I necessarily ship them, but if I were to ship anyone else with Amy other than the obvious Sonic, it would probably be Shadow. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty cute. Anyway, sorry. Random thought in my head. It's a shame because I really enjoyed it at first. Wait, did it go bad, Froggy? I heard that it was good too. I think another drink. Drink? Snowing. Exactly, Isaac. That was my brain for a second there. Hiya, Cheery! We're talking about communication and the ability to communicate with others. And it's important, but sometimes it's hard. But it's definitely a skill worth trying to invest time into becoming better at if, you know, if you are interested in having good relationships. Oh, I see snowing. Yeah, if you want to keep guessing, go for it. But I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you until, it's official and, you know, all this other stuff. Until I make all the graphics that I need to make. Because you guys know how it is when you have to promote things. You have to make all these promo graphics and I decided to take the hard road and make art. Instead of, like, just screenshotting my VTuber. I probably should have just screenshotted my VTuber, to be honest. Damn it. No, it's fine. I'll continue to do the art. I don't mind. Promo. Yeah, imagine we make our promos on. I can. I just need to figure stuff out. I'm working right now with Sayu about design stuff for a reason. I'm not gonna get too specific with it, but I'm excited for it at least. Hi, Amanon. Oh my gosh, Code Geass. Bro, I have only seen season 1. I haven't seen season 2, but I think you know what I mean when I talk about that one scene. I think it was towards the end of season 1. No, there's a lot of that one scenes. The sad one, the really freaking sad one. I was like, are you kidding? That was not even. Wasn't even supposed to happen. I'm not gonna spoil it because I don't want to, in case anyone hasn't seen it. But that hurt my heart. That literally hurt my heart. I was like, no, I did not even see it coming because I was like, wait, what? That was literally my expression the whole time. I was like, what? It's no worries, Ewan. You'd pick communication skills rather than composing. That's strong for you to say. Interesting, Ewan. Interesting. Right, snowing. Exactly. What? Amy X Shadow is actually a good idea. Believe me. No, Isaac! No, now we're getting to a different territory. I don't want that. Oh, no. Bruh. It's just like, oh wait, was I talking about Amy and Shadow when you came in? Oh no. You guys haven't knocked it till you've seen it! Trust me! It's actually really cute. Like I said, I personally ship Sonic and Amy, but if there was ever anyone I would ship with Amy as well, or like, if not Sonic, it would be Shadow. It would be Shadow! What's wrong with that? You've dreamed of being better at communicating since you were 12. Oh. What do you... If you know, then you know, but if you don't, then you don't. Do you know what your issues currently in communication is? I'd like to say that I have good communication, but I do lack in several places. One of them I had already mentioned, which is if I feel uncomfortable in my own stream, I usually don't speak up. I just let it happen until people go away. Like, I'm pretty bad with that. I'm bad with any situation where I'm talking and someone else is texting. Because I have to speak right on the spot, and other people can, like, take their time to do text and, like, think about what they're saying and reread it. And meanwhile, I'm gonna say something stupid. I know me. I know me so well, bro. Code Geass was a living example of say less. Oh my goodness. I want to see season 2 so bad. But I started season 2 and I was so freaking confused that I picked up something else to watch in the meantime and I never got back to Code Geass. I think it's still good. I just need to get back to it. Not into big polycule. Oh, I thought we were talking about, like, either NTR stuff, Isaac, or, like, straight up, like, love triangle stuff. Which, love triangles are cute as long as if any of them get together, the other person backs off. If it's supposed to be monogamous. I don't know. I'll be 100%. I'm not gonna lie here. I am pretty monogamy. I'm not trying to control anyone's life, so if someone likes the other one, polygraphy? I don't know. That's fine, that's their life, as long as it doesn't involve me. But I am headstrong monogamy for myself, in the very least. Sonic, why are you guys shipping all three of them? Then I get, I'm gonna stretch, so that I can improve on composing again. But if composing is possible, then there are more things to learn. Really, Ewan? Are you not, well, I'm surprised because I am very much of the mindset of go big or go home. So I put everything I can into something that I'm doing at the moment. And I do also understand that things sometimes don't work out and your path to your future is always changing. It's always like it has different branches, right? So if something happens that doesn't allow me to do art or animation, then so be it. I would be pretty devastated, I'm gonna be completely honest, but it's not necessarily the end of the world. But with that being said, I treat it like it's the end of the world. On purpose. I do that on purpose for my own mentality. And the reason why is because I want to put everything I can into what I'm doing in the moment. I don't wanna prepare for if I fail. Although it's not a bad idea to prepare for if you fail, I just want to put that out there. But but I personally don't want to prepare for if I fail because I want to work so hard to make it work, if that makes sense. I have that mentality. It's not the world's best, but it is mine. There's a lot of cute, I know the Shad Amy or whatever it's called. There's so much cute ship art. So cute. What did I say? Palomori? Palomori? Okay, there's monogamy, polygamy, polygamory. Did I say that? Why is there a G in it or no? Love triangles are always a riot. It depends. Like I said, it's good if it's all like because eventually someone's gonna get hurt is the sad part about them. Eventually someone's gonna get hurt. So I like to see it in shows, not in real life. I don't actually know. I think that's plagiarism, Snowing. Yeah. Polygamy is having more than one wife or husband at a time. Polyamory is being in love with more than one person. Oh, I was talking about polygamy. Polygamy. I don't know. Marrying someone. Married. Married. Let me grab the base color of the eyes. Ooh, cursive. I mean, your skills makes you who you are, if I say that right. But it's always good to widen your vision. Right, right. It's true, it's true. What color is the eyeball? The eyeball is this color. Let me pull up the reference on the side. Hold on. Here it is. Let me actually do the eye reference. Wait, can I do this? This might be too much for my PC. Help. Okay, check this out. I'm gonna make it look cool. Oh, you guys can't even see that because the freaking announcement's in the way. Hey, look, our announcements. There we go. We have the eye here, and then we have, like, the full body here. Now we can kind of see everything at once. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, Oz, can I show you a thing real quick? I was just thinking about it, and I do want to work on it at some point, but... when I say at some point, I mean, like, today. Look! I haven't done the feet because I didn't have the confirmation until today. But it's coming along. I'm excited! Okay. That's a sneaky peeky for you. Polygma. Wait, what? I think I read that wrong, Isaac. Polygamy? Polygamy. Oh, polygamy. What did I say? Oh. My issue is used to be from even pronouncing words. So I was silent a lot of my early life. Oh, like pronunciation? I had to learn confidence as well as pronunciation. Now that it's interpersonal nuisances, what does interpersonal nuisances mean? That I feel everybody else had since like middle school. I struggled with reading people, rooms, between the lines, and expressing myself beyond just things I like. And I still struggle there. I see. Darn you, Oz! No, you're fine. You're fine. Sorry, I was drinking something. Yeah, look. Who is she? Well, if you want to ask Oz who she is, I'm sure Oz would love to tell you. It's coming along. I haven't done the bottom yet because I wasn't confirmed until this morning. But I want to work on it. I want to work on it! I'm excited. It's coming along. She's almost done, actually. I just have to do the legs. So maybe I'll work on her today. Today, like, during stream? Question? No, maybe. I don't know. Ooh. I'm back to chat. Oh, no, you're fine. Even though I didn't leave, you're fine, Visago. Oh, no. Welcome back. I didn't know! Isaac, the me emote got me confused. I was like, what? Who's patting me? Thank you for the have pat, Mikey. I appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed Persona the other day. I think we got up to the second time we went into the second palace. I don't know how many times you guys go into it, but we went into it again. So I'm excited for it. I'm not excited to learn that dude is a bad guy, and I'm not going to be specific just in case, I don't want to spoil anyone. But I cannot believe it! How dare he? How dare he be bad? Oh, wait. Oh no, I'm doing it right. Okay. It's like, wait a minute. I think this color's gonna completely change. I'll make it brown for now, but I think it's gonna completely change. First of all, this is gonna be, like, not... It's gonna be, like, teeth in the end. I should probably, like... go from a dark color to a light color. Like that. Something like that. It's Evelyn, the Academy nurse, and my collaborative Academy OC with Spelly. That's me! Yes, that was Evelyn. I'm working on a full body reference, especially because Art Fight is coming. If you guys do not know, if you guys are not signed up for Art Fight and you want to put yourself into more art debt, Art Fight is happening during the month of July. My toe feels like something's crawling on it, and there's not. There's not anything crawling on it. I swear I just looked, and I hate that feeling. I hate that feeling so much. Okay. That is Art Fight. Basically, you sign up, you join a team, you draw people on the other team to get points for your team, or you can draw people on your team for like half the points, but eh. And yeah, and then you win, because you're good at this game. That's why. And you let other people carry you because you don't have enough time to do that much art. I have enough time to do like 1 or 2 Art Fight pieces, so if I have time to do that, you guys can, sign up if you want. It's entirely up to you. It's a lot of fun, though. The teams have not been announced yet. They will be announced, what day is today? 5 days from now. Thank you, Advent. Start drinking. Mixy, mixy. There's a Pokemon. Oh, wait. There we go. Tamagotchi. Belly, that's me. I'm glad you guys like Evelyn. I will work more on her. When I zoom out, it looks like this has white lines instead of black lines, but when I zoom in, they have black lines again. I don't I don't understand. Good. Toe spiders. No, Visago. Maybe he wasn't given a choice to be a bad, maybe? Wait, what? Aw, thank you, Biso. The spider. It's time to be a ghost and draw when no one expects it. Yeah. Just random draw. Yeah. What? Sorry, I'm stalling because I have to do all of the eyes now. And that's like, there's so many, hold on, let me start. There's so many eye details. Because here's the eye, if you can't see it, it's up here. Oh yeah, wait, I could do this first, at least. The inside of the, whatever this part is called. Is this the sclera? No. What is a sclera? I got people like, yay! Her design's kind of different from what I usually go for. What do you normally go for, Oz? I could only think of your character. I don't know any other characters that you have designed. It's a shiny. Whoa! Oh, I didn't even look up! Wait, what? I got a shiny Pokemon? Yo, I like pushed my desk for a second there. Hold on. W! Oh, that's so cool! Isn't shiny, what is it, Zatu? Is that how you pronounce it? Aren't shiny versions of them like yellowy, orangey? I have no idea. I'm taking a guess here, but I think. That's exciting! Ah! It's my first shiny. Yeah! Oh, I'm sorry, my camera fell. do this and it'll... Sorry. I was gonna pull up a screenshot really fast, and I was like, I think I could just do this. No. There's other commands. I don't remember what they are. You know what? I'll just pull up a screenshot. It is my first shiny Zatu, if that means anything. I don't know which one's my favorite though. I think Ralts is my favorite because it's blue and blue's my favorite color, so I'm biased. Look at it! It's so cute! Aww. I like these. Ralts, I know! Ralts is so cute! Shopping for Pokeballs? Sorry. Here, I'll, if you ever want to shop in the chat, there's the command for it. I need to buy more balls anyway, because I'm running out as well. Before the next Pokemon shows up. Ooh. I just don't want to spam chat. I don't want to buy like 100 balls, but I like to buy them 10 at a time. I have learned in this variation of Pokemon, if you buy 10 balls, you get a Premier Ball, which happens in all of Pokemon, right? But if you buy 100 Pokeballs, you still only get 1 Premier Ball. But if you buy 10 Pokeballs, 10 at a time for 100 Pokeballs, then you get 10 Premier Balls. So I like to buy my balls 10 at a time instead of any more than 10. It's 10, it's 10. 10 at a time. 10, you get 10, you get 1 Premier Ball. You hate the new Twitch app? Oh, wait, what happened with the update on Twitch, Ewan? What happened? What happened? What did it do? What did it break? What didn't it break? This will be interesting. I'm gonna try my best here. Because normally someone would have white in their eyes. And so this water line would be a light or a white color. But now that this is blue, I think it's gonna be like a light blue color, the water line. So I'm gonna try that in the tear duct. Oh, thank you, Tay. I hope it's going well for you too. It's like opening reels now. Yeah, send me a screenshot, Ewan. You can send it in Discord. You hate the front page? Oh, it has reels now? What are reels? Like the Instagram kinds of reels? Hold on, I gotta sit up straight. I should be wearing my... You know what? I'm not wearing my back brace because I don't know where it is. I think it's on my chair, though. I think someone, myself, had put it on the back of my chair, and then I put a bunch of other stuff on top of it, and I just did not. And let me put my back brace on. Wait! Oh, it's already break time? Holy crap. I did not even expect it to be break time. Alright. Let me put on my back brace while you guys check that out. If it's here, if it's here. Ooh. Maybe it's not here? I thought, okay, I have a lot of things on the back of my chair. Maybe that's why my back hurts. You know what? Let's get this bread. Let's clean my room. A little bit. Here it is, I found it, I found it. I have like 3 sweatshirts on the back of my chair. Because usually what I do when I put it on the back of my chair, And then I forget that I put it on the back of my chair, so I grab a new one the next time I go out and I need a sweatshirt. So I grabbed like 3 new ones instead of wearing them out again. And I'm like, oh man. Here's a question for you guys though. Are there any clothes that you rewear when you go out? So that could be, I'm just listing clothes. I hit my headphones. I'm just listing clothes here. Would you, why is my thing going through my stuff? Huh? Would you be willing to rewear sweatshirts? Willing to rewear shirts? Oh gosh. Pants, socks, underwear. Holy crap. Okay, I'm wearing my back brace. Oh, I still gotta kind of put it on. Thank you, Grim. I hope you're having safe travels. Even though Grim can't hear me. Let's get this bread. Exactly, we're getting bread. Sorry, I'm trying to get the back brace on, but it's like super stuck to the back brace is stuck to itself right now. So I'm struggling right now. There we go. I got it. Okay. And now we are officially once again wearing our back brace, which I should have been wearing every single stream, and I've been beans a little bit. We've been beaning a little bit. Little beans. Wee. Fishing? A lot of people have been fishing lately on Twitch. It's true. I would opt for Final Fantasy XIV if it's something you like. For sure. And I know it is, so for sure. Is it stories? Wait, I thought they've had stories for a hot minute. Oh, viewing other stuff is difficult because of the stories update or something? Goo. I see. I've sent here. Let me take a look, Ewan. While we're on BRB. Well, we're not on BRB. We're just on break. Ooh, my toe again. My toe, sis. Oh, wait, that's so weird. It's not even that, like, it's in the stream. It's like, you're watching a short of my stream. That is so odd. I wonder why they decided to do that. It makes you land on a vertical oh, that's why. Darn you, Twitch, for making it harder for people to see me. Oh, Camino, welcome in. Aw, thank you. Hello. Outer layers, yes. Underwear and socks, no. Okay, look. I would only be willing to wear sweatshirts and pants again. With some exceptions. Those exceptions being if I'm wearing PJs. I'm not gonna lie, I can bum it around in PJs for a few days if I'm not going anywhere. I'm like legit. Just being very brutally honest with you guys. But I could not, I watched one of those, what is it called? Family Feud? Where you have to answer the questions and stuff, and the top answers, you get points and stuff. And the question was, I think if you guys are on Discord, you saw it. The question was, what clothing are you willing to wear again without washing it? Do you know what the #1 answer is? Just me saying that, I'm sure you guys can guess, but do you know what the #1 answer to that question was? And I don't... Keep in mind, it's #1! Oh... I'll give you a small hint. It wasn't anything that you would expect. Pants, jackets, and sweaters? No. That's what you would expect. No. It wasn't. If I'm going nowhere, I'll wear PJs. Exactly, Isaac. I know, Advent, bro. The #1 answer was undies. It was underwear. Isaac. If it isn't underwear, what do you mean disappointed, Sick River? No, yeah, the #1 answer of what people are willing to rewear without washing is underwear. What? PJs are outerwear. Are they? I feel like they're indoor wear. It's underwear. That's not a good... I know, right, Ewan? I was like, are you kidding? Holy bully. You have a denim jacket you wear outside, not near exclusively. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I'll be completely honest. Here's something that I do that's probably not the best, but my winter coats, I only wear them in the winter. I don't go out very often, but I don't normally wash my winter coats. Like the really thick coats that you wear. Not even sweatshirts, just really big ones. I normally do not wash them very often. Like that's good. That'll be my hot take for today. That's my hot take, is that I do not wash my winter coats often. I am so sorry. Same with, actually, you know what? Same with scarves. I don't wash scarves very often, unless it, like, because you know how sometimes long scarves will get muddy if they accidentally touch the floor or something? Then we'll just throw it in the wash. But normally, if it's not dirty because of that stuff, same with jackets. If it's not dirty because of that stuff, I almost never wash my my scarves or my winter jackets. What I'll do is I'll take, like, one of those disinfectant wipes, and if there's like something that I do need to wipe off, like if I got snow or some mud somewhere, unless it's like super dirty, but unless like a splotch kind of thing, I'll take a disinfectant wipe and I'll just wipe it off. I won't even like wash all. That's my hot take. I'm sorry, guys. I am disgusting. You're welcome. You're welcome. I am disgusting. Family Feud answers are so insane. Are they really? You know what was another answer for a Family Feud answer? Here, the question was, I'll let you guys guess it while I take a drink. The question was, what insects are you most likely to be bitten by? What insects are you most likely to be bitten by if you, like, go outside? That wasn't the exact question, but it was something like that. So just think of general animals that bite. And I'll tell you what the number one answer was. You guys can guess, though. Okay, wait, pause. Mosquito was the number one answer. I meant... I meant one of the answers. Sorry. I meant one of the answers. I am kind of beans at talking. One of the answers you will sit here like, wait, what? Now you guys can guess. Sorry about that. No, you're right though. Mosquito was the number one. Hi, kitten. Hi. Kitten, if you had to guess what the top... Oh, stretch. Wait, there's no sound? Guess what the top biting insects are. Hold on, I have to fix my Warudo. I'm gonna use my invisibility spell. Thank you for the stretch and the drink, though. I will stretch and drink. Invisibility spell. I don't even think ticks were on there. Ants was on there, I believe. Ticks was not on there, believe it or not. Yeah, insects. Not snakes, bro. This dude's like, snakes? Honestly, snakes would make more sense than the actual answer that was on the board. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, that's another one. I know Grim can't hear me, but that's another one. I don't really wash my shoes often. I wash it with a sponge, but I don't throw my shoes in the wash. Does anyone actually throw their shoes in, like, the washing machine? I just wash it with, like, a wipe or a sponge. I'm gonna be completely honest. Right, Advent? I don't know how people do the underwear thing. How about a hat? I don't really wear hats, so I can't speak on behalf of hats. I did wash my comforter and my blankets and my bed sheets and my pillow and yada yada very recently. It still smells so good. Hi, Evie! Alright, let's see. Centipedes? No, that wasn't on there. But they do bite, but that wasn't on there. Ladybugs? No, it wasn't ladybugs. Crickets? Bedbugs, ticks, horses? Huh? Have you seen the French drama? I have not. Centipedes? Insects? Thank you for the save, Velen. Here, let me go over there. If you guys see me lagging, it's because I just started up my bot. It will go away. Just give it like a couple minutes. How you doing today, Evie? Horseflies? Horseflies bite really hard, but it was not. The answer to the question... Now, granted, again, number one was mosquito, but I think it was like number 3 or number 4. It was wasp. Wasp was like the number 3 or number 4 insect that bites. And I was so confused because I was like, I don't think wasps bite. I was like, I don't think they bite, bro. What the heck? I was so freaking confused. I had to look it up. I was like, do wasps bite? Here, I'm gonna look it up again. I'm literally gonna look it up again. Here, let me keep the animation playing real quick. Here, you know what? I'll flip the animation so you guys can see it the other way. It's new. It's fresh. Do wasps bite? They do bite? Yes, wasps can bite. Their primary defense and offense is stinging. But something biting. I don't know. I can't even imagine because wasps are so known. Here's the big thing though. Even if they do bite, would you say that wasps are known for biting? That's the thing. Because again, we're talking about Family Feud, and we're talking about the top answers for insects that bite you. Keep in mind, ticks was not on there. Horseflies was not on there, and no kind of fly was on there. Wasps was on there for some reason instead of the other ones. I think ant was on there. Mosquito was definitely on there. But I was sitting here like, why did like, I'm not saying wasps can't bite. I'm not saying they can't. But why was wasp on there on top of all the other insects that should have been, like, they are known for bites? I don't even think spiders was on there. Are spiders not, maybe they're not insects, I don't know. I don't know, bro. Bruh. Again, mosquito was the #1 answer, though. Mosquito was the #1 answer. Because mosquitoes are known for biting. Mosquito bite, it's literally what it's called. But for some reason, wasp was on there. Wasp bite. You don't just get bitten, you get stung. That's what they're known for. Good. I hope you're doing well, Kitten and Evie. Hi, Gundorf. I hope you're doing well, too. Hello, hello. Yeah, sorry. I was going on a small rant about freaking... Again, I know they bite, but come on. They're not known for that. Why is that, like, on the board as opposed to other things? Arachnids don't count. Apparently not. Why were horses not there? Buh. Yeah, fleas were not on there. Ticks were not on there, Advent. Neither of those were on there. It was wasp. We're talking about Family Feud. If anyone is coming in, we're talking about Family Feud and some of the wonky answers that they have. In my defense, I thought mosquitoes or whatever you spell them suck. Don't bite. That's fair. It's fair. They do, right? Because they have to suck the blood and stuff. But yeah, they do bite. Nom, 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 nom. No, I hate mosquitoes. I'm allergic to mosquitoes. I think I used to be more allergic to them. I don't think I'm as allergic as I used to be, which is great, don't get me wrong. But I used to be highly allergic to mosquitoes. Like, if I got bit on the hand, Evie can attest, actually. I think Evie's been around when I've been bitten. But if I get bitten by a mosquito, it freaking blows up real bad. But I don't think either I have not been bitten by a mosquito in forever, knock on freaking wood, because I do not want to get bitten by one. Or I'm just not as allergic to them as I used to be. Which I think happens, if someone correct me if I'm wrong, as you get older, the way your body works just changes, for lack of better terms. Like, things you used to be able to eat, you can no longer eat. Things you used to not be able to eat, you can eat. I don't know about that last part, but at least the first one was right. And maybe things that you used to be allergic to, you're not. Now, another thing, though, I used to never be able to... I could touch poison ivy and I would be fine. I haven't touched poison ivy in forever, so I don't know if that's still true. And I don't want to test it, but in the very least, it used to be that way. But it used to be that way for the mosquitoes, where I was highly allergic, and now it's not as bad. I still get... a reaction, but everyone does, so. Hi, Techno! Paint the deck. I believe in you. Are you gonna sand it first? Sand it, paint it, primer? Power wash. Ooh, power wash, sand, paint, primer. I'm trying to think of all the steps for deck. Unless you're, like, painting a new, like, something. You're not repainting, I guess I should say. What kind of list is it exactly? AI-generated list. Oh, you guys. Oh. You're seeing a weird trend at work? What weird trend do you see in Advent? Family Feud is based on... It is true. It's based on people that take surveys, and I guess a lot of people say that wasps bite more than other insects. I guess. You remember, was a follow-up word, pork, and then someone said cupine. Oh, porcupine! Was that not on the list? Because that's genius, bro. Even though I guess cupine's not a word, huh? Did your mosquito bites always get huge too? They did. They did, Sick Ripper. They, like, if I got bit on the hand, I would have Mickey Mouse hands. It was bad. It was really, really bad. But again, this was back in the day. I was told by the doctors that I had this... I don't know what it's called. I could pull up my medical stuff, though. Medical stuff. But again, I don't get that anymore. And I'm glad, knock on wood, that I don't get it again for some reason. But, kitten. What's a Lone Star tick? Whoa! That's awful, Visago. I'd hate to be allergic to something that I wasn't just because I got bit by something. Roll around. No, I would never, Sick Ripper. Ugh. Being naked? I talked about this recently. What was it? What was I doing? Oh, it was yesterday when we were playing Persona. The dude was like, I want to paint you naked. And I was like, hey guys, would you be willing to be naked to get painted? By a stranger, I should probably put in there. By a complete stranger. Like, to each their own. If that's what you're fine with, there's nothing wrong with it, but I don't think I could do that, because it's very intimate, I feel. To just, like, sit there for hours and hours and have someone, like, draw every... This will sound weird, but, like, literally draw every imperfection of your body. For art. Now, granted, I'm not saying it's necessarily bad in terms of... It is a good learning practice. It's a good reference. But it's still very... I feel like for me to, like, sit there for hours and have someone paint me, it's very, intimate. It's very personal. Like, I couldn't do that. Isaac, no, I actually, like, had a legit allergic reaction to them. It was more than just being itchy. But I feel it, though. I feel it. I'm gonna take a drink. Drink! Crawling through the forest? I could never crawl through a forest. Let me tell you, if there's one insect that I hate more than any of them, I hate mosquitoes. I think there's no reason for them. But you know what I hate more than that? Even though I was never, like, highly allergic to it, I just had a really bad experience with it. Some of you already know. Ticks. I hate ticks. I hate ticks so much. I hate them so much. Oh god, I hate ticks. Ugh. They suck, literally, and a lot. You get like a quarter to bigger bumps with each bite. If I got bit by a mosquito, if you take your fist, it was like this. This is what happened. If you take your fist and you put it on your skin, I would get something maybe half that size. It wouldn't be like literally the size of a fist, but it would be half that size and it would be really, really hard. And I could not touch it and it would be like a hard lump under my skin. It was so bad. And that's why I went to doctors and they did what they did. And it sucked. And it sucked a lot because I lived in North Dakota. And if you know anything about North Dakota, the state bird of North Dakota is a mosquito. Oh, I know, bedbugs suck too. I never had a huge run-in with bedbugs, but oh god. I've never seen leeches. I've never seen leeches in real life. Not, like, I never want to see them in real life. Have a good one, Grim. I know Grim can't hear me, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Oh. Ooh. Oh, okay, so you are ready. You are ready to straight up paint. I feel that, Techno. Good luck, good luck. Try to stay hydrated, especially. Do they really? Oh, I'm sorry to hear, Advent. No. About the coworkers thing. Yuck. But a complete stranger, yeah. Right, Isaac? I couldn't. How much paint are they putting on me though? No, Masako. No, they're not putting paint on you, silly. I think you get me. I hope. Holy perfection. I feel a kid. Slay? Slay? Oh, French fries. I had these chips recently. I don't know what they're called. I have to look at it, but yeah. I had these French fries. Or no, these chips recently, and they were so good. Depends on how much money for free. They're not paying you at all, Achiri. Imagine that. Oh, welcome in. Hello. Hello. How are you doing today? Hello, Raiders. My name is Bentley. I'm your headmistress witch on Twitch, and I do art and animation. Kind of like this. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, I'm sorry if I mispronounced this. Oh gosh. Sorry if my brain went bleh. Tinkeruwu? Did I say that right? Tinkeruwu? And Kuro, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. Enrico, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you. How was your stream? What did you do? Oh, you were doing art. Oh, can I see? Okay, first of all, you do not have to share with us if you do not. I don't like it when people pressure me. I'm not gonna pressure you. But if you do want to share, take your time if you have to render it. But whenever you're ready, links are permitted for you. Links are permitted, and I would love to see your art. You know, we're gonna commission. Let's go. Let's go. Take a pickle. Sorry, it's the names. I was thinking of the word. Never mind. Thank you so much for becoming club members here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not part of the right. Well, you know what? Heckin', we appreciate you anyway. Wait, pickle ostrich? Sorry, I like the name. Yes, I would love to see you, Jake. Thank you again so much for the raid. But if you have to raid and run, completely understandable. I know, getting sleepy, getting hungry. But we are here. We are here. We're working on this one right now. I was going, we were talking about ticks and fleas and crap and how much I hate ticks. I hate them. I hate them with a passion. Sorry if you guys like ticks, but I don't. I'll be honest, I do not like ticks. No, I'm sorry to hear, Froggy. I can't be in a place with so many mosquitoes. I literally have, like, things. Like, I have a light bulb, and the light bulb, when you use it, it has, like, a mosquito, thingy, a zapper thingy. Legit, the light bulb is a mosquito zapper thingy. Because that's how much I don't like mosquitoes. Gah. But luckily, where I live, crossing my fingers, I don't really get mosquitoes that bad. So I am very, very grateful. Oh, wait, let me see. Oh, wait, hold on, wait, let me show it. There's a little gore, that's no worries. There's a gore warning. I'm doing a gore warning. If you guys can't do blood, letting you guys know. It's ironic. Tink, you're gonna hate this. It's ironic because I have hemophobia. But you're fine. I'm okay with seeing blood as long as it's not super bad. I'm not okay with talking about blood. No, you're fine. I was afraid you. No, you're fine. I can see it. I just can't talk about it. It's like a mild hemophobia, because you know how it is with freaking phobias. I wish I didn't. But look how beautiful. I still like it. I still really like how this came out. You guys check it out. So this artwork is made by Tinkeruwu. I hope I'm saying that right. Please let me know. Yeah. Take a sneaky peeky. Take a look. Tinker from Tinkerbell? It could be, Tinker, wait, should I still pronounce the uwu or no? Do you want me to just call you Tinker? Ooh. Here, I'll put the nickname in I'll put Tinker. Can I just put Tinkerbell? You put nicknames in OBS. It's such a helpful thing for me, because otherwise, beans. My brain. Wait, is that what pickle means? No. Aw. No, you're fine. Like I said, I'm okay with seeing it. Isn't this gorgeous? Aw, you love the shadow. I actually really like how you were able to... It's so weird. Here, I won't just paint. I really like the way you were able to capture the paint. I'll say it like that. It does look good though. Cisco! Oh, thank you. I'll stretch and let me guess. Oh, yeah, I'll hydrate right now. Thank you so much for sharing against the Tinkerbell. Tinker. I'm gonna say Tinkerbell now. Thank you so much for sharing. If you do have to do any post-stream self-care, I completely understand. Otherwise, if you're here with us, we're working on just imitations. Appreciate it. And thank you for the drink and save. I'll drink right now. I'll save right now. Oh. The paint. The paint is real. Alright. Yeah, oh. Yeah, we're getting there. I'm basically starting with the eyes, and I love doing eyes normally. But there's so many, especially when it gets closer, I have to put so many details in this eye that I'm like, so don't mind me if I'm a little wonk, because I'm like, I gotta do eyes now. That's okay though. We'll get through it. We'll get through it together. What's your animation background? Oh, you mean, wait, background like how long I've been animating? Oh. You love animation? Wait, Tinker, do you also do ambitations? I would love to see the ambitations. Pretty much, so I've been animating since last year. I started animating at the basically at the beginning of last year. And I started getting a little more serious about it around April of last year, or I should say February last year, but April was when my first more serious animations came out. Oh. So I don't have a lot of experience. I'm so sorry. And I have my bachelor's in freaking biochemistry. So I have no schooling. I am so sorry. I hope I'm not disappointing anyone here. But I am learning, and I am still amateur animator, but I have been enjoying it. And I think that's very important. When you find something you really enjoy and you just go gung-ho in it. I don't animate butts, but I love seeing people work. Aww. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's relaxing. It really depends, though, I'll be honest. But it depends on, for me, it depends on what step I'm on. Because sometimes I'm like, ugh. But then right now, it's not so bad because I'm at the coloring process. And it's not so bad. I'm also a solo animator. Everything that you've seen me animate, I animate everything from storyboards to background art to obviously all the lining, the coloring, the cleanup, the sketching for the animation, compositing. I do everything. One day I hope to work in a studio of some sort, or at least with a group, so that I don't do everything on my own. But right now, I have been learning everything on my own. It's not so bad, but it's a lot. It's a lot of time, is really what it comes down to. A lot of time. I animate, that's why I asked. Oh! You definitely have more experience than me. Oh, Pickle, how long have you been ambulating? Yeah, all I have to say, if I were to give any advice when it comes to animation, not even animation, but just the idea, don't give up. It might seem very tedious. Now, if it becomes so tedious that you, start to really hate it, then, maybe look into what specifically you love about animating and pursue doing that instead of things you don't like about animating. But it can feel tedious. It can feel like you want to give up. Don't. Wait, why am I dancing? Whee! Hi, Ayo Cody! You studied marketing? Exactly, Tinker. It's what you enjoy. Now, granted, I'll be completely honest, I do enjoy science too. It's not like I don't. But I've worked in several labs. I've worked several years in several labs, and I just wasn't really feeling it, so I wanted to try something else, so we're trying something else. And I've been really, really enjoying animating. What got me started at animation? Well, gosh, I love animate. I feel like that's that's not every artist's story, but I really like animate. Catter's here! Wait a minute. Yeah! Catter's here! Welcome in, boxes of cats. Cats in the boxes! Hello, Raiders! My name is Melly! And I'm your headmistress, which on Twitch. I do art and ambitation. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, go get your drink. Go get your drink on. Thank you for the raid, though. I appreciate it. Let me know. Let me know if you want to share. Well, you might already be getting a drink. I'll wait till Countess here comes back. But you can share your art when you're ready. But welcome in, Raiders. I hope you're having a great day. I hope it was fun over at Catter Tears. Hi, War Bandit. Hold on, I'm fixing my pants. Hi, Action Production. How you doing today? Nothing wrong with discovering yourself? Exactly. Exactly. I feel like that's basically life, though. You're always discovering stuff about yourself. I guess it really depends on how you want to live life, but I feel like it's all about the self-discovery. It's not about it's about the journey. It's not about the whatever. It's the opposite, the destination. My brain, bro. Glee. What?
Crap. 10 months.
10 months? Jack, thank you so much for becoming a VIP here at the clubhouse. Wow. I really appreciate it. Oh, wait, have I not been doing that? Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. What? Animation studio, maybe one day. It's kind of hard finding people to work with. That's true. I don't know how well it would go finding people myself to work with, but like applying somewhere and working in like a professional setting, I can see myself doing that. Now, granted, I have never really animated outside of my style. It's not that I'm not willing to, it's just that I haven't done it before. So that'll be an experience in and of itself to animate outside of my regular style, anime style. But we'll see. We'll see one day. One day. Science art gang. Let's go, Claire. Aw, Maestro. I'm still sorry. I'm going back up in chat. Instead of reading it down in chat, I'm going back up in chat, so I'm still catching up. I'm slow, guys. You guys already know. Hope you're doing well, Aokuri. How was Knuckles? Oh my gosh. You have to ask other people that. I'm biased. I thought Knuckles went well. I thought the watch party in the Discord went well. If that answers your question. Fact, yeah, welcome back, Cattertier. If you want to share your art, I would love to see. I hope you got some good drinks. Good drinks. But I would love to see your art. I'm gonna focus on this eye first, and I'll do the other eye. Ooh. Welcome, Miss Mulchi. How you doing? Wee. How are you doing today? I was lurking in your stream yesterday. Yesterday, I was in a handful of Hanami streamers. I said nothing because I am beans. Let's be honest. I was on the phone last night with Maestro almost the whole night, because we were both trying to work on stuff. Oh, I put together something. I think you guys are gonna like it. I can't wait for you guys to see it. I don't think Maestro hasn't seen it either. Ooh. But I've been working. Okay. I know it's not super important to work on, but it's a personal project thing and it makes me happy. I've been working on my art fight profile. I'm very excited for art fight this year. Even if I can only do like 1 or 2 attacks, I'm still excited for art fight nonetheless. Links ready? Whenever you're ready, Counter Tier. Links are permitted for you. For you. Links are permitted for you. What's the art? Oh! Yeah, in the Discord. Thank you for the question. In the Discord, we have an art event that just started today. It just started today. We're signups. Signups are available up until June 30th. If you know what isometric rooms are, that's what the art event is. Ooh, wait, let me share this with you guys. So if you want, there's more information over on the Discord all about it. And if there's any questions, we have a questions channel too, so you guys can ask any questions that you have. I have. Catter tier, this is beautiful. Work in progress. I like this. I like this. Is this for anything in particular or just art? Okay, I ask this because please, please, please teach me how to find time to draw my own characters. Because I have such a difficulty finding the time to be able to draw my own stuff, my own characters, you know. I want to expand on more art and animation for the lore of the Academy and Spelly and all the other amazing OCs we have, and I can never find the time, so Catter, please, teach me. Teach me. Oh, this is beautiful, though. This is beautiful, Catter. I can't wait to see it finished. Actually, you know what, hold on. Ignore me. I'm going to open Catter because there was something that Catter worked on work in progress the last time. And I want to see, I'm not going to call you out or anything, but I just want to take a sneaky peeky at your media tab, that's all. Putting out merch? Oh, what type of merch is it going to be? Sticker, standee? I don't actually know what other merch, keychain. I don't know what other merch items there are. Oh, sorry, my merch brain smoldered. Isn't it beautiful? Definitely out of my comfort zone. Maybe I'll try though. Yeah, you'll actually be able to be on some teams. So if anyone's looking to, for lack of better terms, if anyone's looking to network with other artists, it might be good to just try. Because you'll be put on a team with people. So it's not just you doing it all by yourself. Trust me, I've never made an isometric room myself. So I completely understand the idea of it's something I've never done before. But you will be put on teams. You won't have to do it all by yourself. And you can network with other amazing artists. Hyper, I hope you catch the Pokemon. The art is cute. Aw, you would. You're cute. I'm definitely not stalking Cattertier's art on Twitter right now. Thank you so much for sharing with us, though. If you guys are coming in, this is Cattertier's art. This is Cattertier's art. This is beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. Love the poet in the hat. Yeah, the pose is nice. Not decided yet? Draw first? Okay. Understandable, Catertier. Understandable. Sacrifice sleep? I don't know how much more sleep I can sacrifice. I'm not ready. You are too powerful. Sacrificing sleep is something that's hard for me. Soon, baby, though. Like, does it seem to work? Wait, does it not? Oh, wait. Okay, Pickle. You might have to join the Discord first. Here's the Discord link. Let me know if you can't see that. If you're already in the Discord, but the link still doesn't work, it also might be, if you go to the rules channel. Oh, I see you, Cat. You're so cute. If you go to the rules channel, it'll be like Rules of the Craft. There's a thing at the very bottom of the rules channel that says, it's like a reaction thing. And when you react to it, you'll be able to see all of the server. And that might be why you got ads. Oh no! Oh god, the ads! Ads! No! I was in the middle of talking, damn it, ads! Why? Every single time, I swear, every single time I go to say something, the ads. Like, I bet if I became a muted streamer, ads would never play on my stream. Because they only play when I talk. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, if you guys can hear me, and you cannot see any of the server, it might just be because the rules channel has like a thing you gotta react to. That's just to help from freaking bots. Bots still get in sometimes, and I hate bots so much. I'm sorry, Maestro, but I hate bots. Maestro's a robot, if you guys didn't know. But I try my best, especially raids like the, for lack of better terms, the hate raids, the really dumb raids that I don't see how anyone benefits from raids. I try to mitigate that by doing the whole rules thing. So now you guys know. It's just extra protection, protection, because I don't want any of that crap to get into the server. I missed the last 60 seconds. No, you're fine. I was just talking about the Discord. You're already in the Discord, though. Hi. Beep boop. Exactly. Beep boop. Sorry, Maestro. Maestro's just a little guy. He's just a Little guy. We still have little guy. If you guys are interested in little guy emotes, these little emotes, I still have 2 more slots open. They're just little guys. Oh gosh, I was about to post a dog. They're still on our VGen. If anyone would like them, there's only 2 slots left, and after they're done, I think I'm done with them. I mean, I might open it again one day in the future, but for, oh gosh, for right now, I'm done with it. Because I kind of got to focus on the ambidations, the animation commissions. But it was a lot of fun to work on them. Like, I'm glad we got a lot of little guys. A lot of little guys. They're so cute. I am sweating right now. I'm deciding on whether or not I want to turn on the fan. Oh. We'll sleep, Ewan. Ewan have... Oh, sorry, hiccups. Oh, gosh. Ewan have... Ewan have a wonderful sleep. Sleep. I hope it's gracious. Just like you. Ads, please. Just a little guy. Exactly. There's a big difference between being a bot and being a robot. I don't like a lot of bots, too. Yeah. We don't like bots around here. That's why we have all the protection on Discord. Oh, what happened? Hiccup. No. Sorry, I was in the middle of saying goodnight to you, and I'm like, alright, this is the perfect time to hiccup. I don't know. Does anyone know how hiccups will even work? I was told, I don't know for sure, but I was told that hiccups are like, the air in your lungs is wrong, for lack of better terms. The air in your lungs are wrong, and that's why you hiccup. And I was like, what does that even mean? What does that even mean, bro? I have no idea. But I don't know. Because people are like, this is how you fix hiccups. And other people are like, this is how you fix... Like, for example, Maestro, sorry to call you out. I'm calling you out, though. Maestro says you're supposed to hold your breath until you pass out. No, he does not say that. He says you're supposed to hold your breath until you need to breathe again, and then your hiccups should be gone. And I don't get it. Why does that work sometimes? But then my dad says you're supposed to eat, like, a spoonful of sugar. What are these remedies, bro? What are hiccups? What are hiccups? That's my question. That is the question of the day. What are hiccups? Welcome back! No worries, I got you. I got you, Pickle. Okay. Yeah, sorry about the ads. I was like, no! So, you might have to join... Firstly, if the link for the art event doesn't work, you'll probably have to join the Discord first. I wasn't sure if the link for... Because what it is it's a link to the announcements channel. But if you're not in the Discord, it might not go to it. I thought it was gonna be like, hey, you want to join the Discord? I guess it just straight up doesn't work, and that's beans, honestly. But once you join the Discord, there's a rules channel called Rules of the Craft, and at the bottom of that channel, there's a reaction thing. Sorry, I was explaining this earlier. The reason we do that is because of bots and hate raids and all this other gross stuff that I don't understand why it exists, but thus is life. It is what it is. Oh, bots, yeah. I don't think I could do a new link. Oh, wait, the link for my server doesn't work? Like the actual invite link itself? Or the link for the... Oh, no, the server link. Okay. I see what you mean. No, the message link. Yeah, the message link only works if you're actually in the Discord itself. I guess I could change it to directly the Discord link. I'm a little hesitant to do it, but I'll do it. Hi, Sunbear. The reason why I'm hesitant is because someone's gonna come in here and be like, oh, hey, Discord, I am a bot. I am a bot, and I'm going to spam the Discord with my bot stuff. That's exactly how bots talk, if they had mouths. But there you go. You would have to join the Discord first, but once you go to the Rules of the Craft and you react over there to get the role so you can access the channel, yada yada bots, yada yada. In the announcements channel. Oh wait, this link should work. Then now that you're in the thing, this should work. Yeah, that one should work. And that should have more information about it, because that should be the, hold on. Is that the announcements link? I actually don't know. I'm second guessing myself. Oh, bots. I know. Oh, bother. Yeah, it is. No, wait. That's the README. That's okay, though. It goes straight to the README. It'll have all the information about the event itself. We're doing something. I don't know if we're doing it, but we're doing something. That's definitely the question. How hiccups work? I still don't know. While the ads were playing, I still don't know how hiccups work. How do hiccups work? Because sometimes there's like different remedies on how to fix hiccups. I still don't. My brain. Sunbear, how's it going today, Sunbear? I saw that you sent messages. I haven't looked at them because I'm a butt, but I saw that you sent messages, and I will check them after stream. Wee. But how are you doing today, Sunbear? Hello, hello. At break, thank you, Techno. Okay, I got you. Thank you for letting me know also, because sometimes if people don't let me know, which has happened, I don't even know to check the channel. So thank you for letting me know. Just for engagement, I think, but not wanting bots makes sense. It's true. It's true, Pickle. We'll see, we'll see. I'll put it up for now, and if we do start getting random people joining that, you know, are obviously bots, you guys can kind of tell when it's a bot and when it's a person. I'll take the link down then, if that happens. Beans, bro. Beans. Honestly, beans. You hiccup and you. Wait, what? You got 2 MVP. Oh, wow. That's really heckin' lucky. Holy crap. If anyone here plays RO, that's what Sunbear is talking about. Ragnarok Online. You know what I played earlier this morning? Okay, I'm gonna say this, but I'm gonna hope Maestro isn't listening. I played RuneScape earlier this morning. And you know what I did? If Maestro's listening, now I want him to listen. I was fighting even more trolls. I was just fighting more trolls. The mobile, I was playing RuneScape on mobile. You never played it? It's I've been playing it for all of like 2 minutes, so it's not bad, but I can't really say that because I've been playing it for 2 minutes, so it's not really fair. I can't wait to see Techno. I'm excited for it. Yeah, we still have to repaint my deck because my deck's been taking a lot of damage, a lot of chips, and a lot of not getting sun because of the house in other places. So we have to power wash and sand it. When I say we, I mean my dad, but I would like to help if I have the time. It's just that I never have the freaking time for anything. Ugh. These are beans, bro. Less than, oh goodness. Jeez, Sunbear. Those were the messages. Thank you, Sunbear. I know Pharaoh. I don't know the other one, but I don't know Pharaoh. Or, sorry, I know Pharaoh. I don't know the other one. I think I said that backwards. Nice. You should play R on PC. No, I enjoy not having carpal tunnel. I don't want to carpal tunnel.
Hello, Spelly in chat. It's Monday. Beans.
It's Monday, beans. I'm sorry, Sketchy. But welcome in. You know what? You make my Monday better for being here. I appreciate it. How you doing today, Sketchy? Oh gosh, what the... How you doing today? And Sketchy, thank you so much for the club biddies. I really appreciate it. What? What? Thank you. Hold on, let me put this on another layer so that I can easily move it around, because otherwise I'm going to be sitting here for a while. I like suffering, but not that. No, just kidding. There we go. One day I'll get her to actually play the game and invest time in it. What time? What time, Maestro? I'll invest time in it when I get paid to invest time. It's so hard. Help me. I got bills I gotta pay. Like my car insurance and my car. Cause I'm still paying off my car. You know, my car is to the point where if I wanted to, I could fully pay it off. But if I do, I'm gonna like have no money. Cause it's there's not a whole lot left on my car. It's just the idea of, but if I were to pay it off right now, I wouldn't have money for emergencies. I wouldn't have money for some important things. Like, I would still have money. I'm not saying I'd be completely broke, but I think it's also important to have money just in case things happen in life. And so I don't, but I hate, oh God, I hate interest. I hate the fact that you buy a car and the car is whatever, $40,000, but you wind up paying freaking $60,000 because 20,000 went in interest. Why? I bought a $40,000 car, not a $60,000 car. Can you not? Bro, it hurts so much. Hi, Vexus! Okay, let me catch up. We're on break time. If you don't know what Pomodoros are, this is Pomodoros. I hope I did this right. There you go. But we're on break time now, and I can stretch, finally. Oh, well, let me look at the Show Me During Break. We have a channel in the Discord called Show Me During Break where you guys can just throw random stuff in there for me to look at during our break time. My wrist has abs. I would love to see. You work out though, right, Sunbear? I don't. I think that's the big issue with me is that I have a hard time sitting here for so long and animating and doing all this other stuff because I don't work out. I'm not saying I'm fat, but I am so unhealthy. Like, I might not be fat, but I am very out of shape. I have no issue admitting that I am so out of shape. I need to do more. But if you guys didn't know, sometime every day or every stream, when we get to our long break, which is every 4 pomos, which we're currently on 3 of 6, you see it at the bottom left of the stream. Every 4 pomos, I go for a walk. We put on words on stream or we put on a random video, and I go for a walk. And I'm slowly working myself to actually get that exercise. It's not a lot. I need to do more. That's not even a question. I need to do more. But I do try to work out. I try to do walks every day. And that's so far what we got. So it's a start, in the very least. Wow, actually, your deck is looking really good. Your deck is looking really good, Techno. I like your station! That's so organized, bro. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, I see you've done a lot of work on it. Because it used to not even connect with the other... Wait, are those back doors and it just didn't have a deck or anything? Or did it used to have stairs? Or wait, what? Or was there just no doors there before? Who put this in here? Wait, I wish I didn't have streamer mode. I can't see who it is. I see you, Pickle. That's so cute. Oh, that flower is scary though. I was like looking at the deck and it popped up and I was like, oh. Oh my gosh, wait, there's a moth! Mothra! Pretty lady. Bro, I love moths. No particular reason. If anyone here has seen the new Godzilla vs. King Kong, oh my gosh. Peak Mothra. Without any spoilers. I guess that's kind of... I didn't say anything. Interest is, in fact, cringe. Unless you get it, that's cool. I don't know. If I was a bank... I think they charge interest to make money. And that's, you know, I get it. I get that companies need to make money. But do you need to make that much money? At the end of the day, companies just want more and more money, and they don't care. They don't care. That's why it's a company and not like, you know, not a company. I don't know. But I get that they need to make money somehow. I just feel like that's crazy to make... Sorry, I know, I'm just speaking poor because I'm poor, but that's... besides the point. I just don't like interest. Sorry, guys. Commissioned a few sketch arts. Aw, getting ready. Oh, I made some commission, by the way. Small little sneaky peeky. I made a commission over the weekend. I'm so excited for it. It cost me way too much money, but it is from our Donathon. We're supposed to do a group academy commission art piece, and I finally found an artist and I commissioned them officially. And it was way too much money, and I feel kind of sad about that. But in the very least, it's officially happening. So we look forward to that coming up. I'm crying a little bit on the inside. That's what you call budgeting, and it's smart. Money in case of things. Right. Like I said, I could pay it off my vehicle. See, there's pros and cons to it. If I pay off my vehicle now, I don't have to pay all that crap in interest, so I technically have, quote-unquote, more money because I didn't pay off the rest in interest, right? But if I pay it off right now, I'm not going to have enough money for emergencies. God forbid any medical bills would be... I would just die, I guess. But I wouldn't have the money for any of that. I would have to figure out what the heck I'm supposed to do. Hi, Link! We're talking about budgeting and interest and freaking car payments. Sorry. I don't mean to bring anyone down with this talk either. I get it. It's life. It's adulting. It sucks. Breathe. Oh, and then on top of, if you own a car, registration, paying for your, renewing your license, paying for inspections, bro. Owning a car is expensive. If I didn't have to, because I live, where you have to drive everywhere, like if I lived in a country where everything was at least walking, biking distance, I could live in a city. Although that's outrageously expensive too, but if I lived in a city, I might not have to have a car, but having a car is also good for emergencies, because guess what's not near you? Hospitals, vets, if you have pets, groceries could be near you, could be within walking distance, maybe. Maybe. Now look, I went to Japan for a week and a half. Let me tell you, living off of convenience stores is not the way to go, but they had convenience stores on every freaking corner. It's not a lie. In Tokyo. I don't know about anywhere else in Japan. They had grocery stores not very far from it. They're not very far. Like, it's not that bad. But holy crap, let me tell you. So anyway, that's the pros and cons about if I were to pay off my car, I wouldn't have to pay the interest. Technically, it would be cheaper for me to pay off the car, but then I wouldn't have the money for the emergency. So it's, I could alternatively pay off half of what I owe left on the car. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not very smart. This is technically my first owned car, like where it's under my name and everything. If I were to pay off half of my car right now, would the insurance go down? Question mark? Or no? Because if not, then it doesn't really matter. But I think it does. If anyone knows better than I do, please, please let me know. I know I'll probably ask my dad about it anyway, but right. Ugh. How are you doing, Link? Sorry, I'm going on such a rant right now. Such a rant. I hope you're having a great day, though. Wee. Sorry, I'm reading through chat because I was ranting. Yeah, like, more steps. It's a work in progress, but at least I am going outside and walking a little bit, even if it's a little bit at a time. Not you. No, I know you work out. I know your workout is not, excuse me, RO, because I know you legit work out, Sunbear. I've seen you without actually seeing you. I just know. I trust you is the real term there. You should get a treadmill. I've thought about it. They have cheaper treadmills. Let me see. They have treadmills that are like a few hundred. Do they have treadmills that are even cheaper than that? Amazon. Or where would be the best place to buy a cheap treadmill? I just need the walking thing. I don't need the thing that's like, that you hold on to or whatever. Treadmill. I spelled tread wrong. Damn it. Thank you, autocorrect. So if I said my price range was $0 to $200, let's see. Yeah, they have treadmills that are definitely less than $200. Do I have that money right now? No, I'll be completely honest, but in the very least, not for a treadmill, I should say, after I just said I could pay off my car. Obviously, I have the money, but for specifically for a treadmill, as opposed to just going outside and me not being lazy, I don't have that money. But they have a lot of good treadmills that are like $140, $160, which isn't bad. It's not bad at all. It's literally just the walking part of the treadmill. Definitely something that I should look into at some point. I do catch Pokemon sometimes while walking, Mika. Interest in inflation. Everyone in my family bought used cars. Ah, that's also fair. That's also fair, Sketchy. When I got the car that I currently have, it was a little bit of an emergency situation, but a little bit not. The emergency was that the reason why I got the car that I have now is because I got into a really bad car accident years ago. And I praise every day that I'm very lucky to have walked out of that. It was pretty bad. But, my car was totaled, so I needed a car, right? So that's kind of the rush of it. But at the same time, I didn't want to just get a car just to get a car and then have that car break down and everything. So I did wind up buying a very safe new car, essentially. Which is why, luckily, I mean, it's not like I didn't have the money. I had a really well-paying job at the time. So it's not even that I couldn't pay it off at that time. But that is my circumstance of getting the car that I currently have. Oh my gosh. Alwyn, every single time I drive, especially at night, every single time I drive, my anxiety goes through the freaking roof because it happened at night. It happened at night. It was so bad. It was on a highway. I was going 70. I was going 70 miles an hour, and it was not a good time. It was not a good time at all. I still remember it. I'm trying not to think about it. It's not so bad where I like have panic attacks, but when I drive at nighttime, I can't. My heart pounds the whole time. I hate driving at night. And I try to tell the people that, but they're like, so? Just drive it. Just grow up. I hate driving. Convenience is lovely. It is, Claire. It is. Although I'm not big on living in cities. But convenience, the idea of convenience is really nice until it comes with all the cost of living in a city and all the people in it and yada yada. And that part sucks. Hi, Jeannie. I don't know if I said hi, but I'm going to say it again. Hi, Jeannie. Outside, honestly, Catertier. That is the cheapest treadmill. Just walk outside. I will never knock that. It's true. You want to know a secret? I used to not be able to walk outside. Because we have freaking crazy neighbors that have been threatening us. But they have not threatened us in forever. Oh my god, knock on wood. Because they still are alive. But I wasn't able to actually go outside. Because that is something people would say. They're like, hey, if you want to go for a walk, just go outside. I completely agree. I live in a really nice place to walk because it's nothing but nature. But freaking crazy people are crazy and I dislike. Why? Why do that exist? Why do? Ooh. Better learn now than be surprised when buying it in person? Wait. Oh crap, what was I talking about, Sunbear? Sorry. I am spoiled. Wait, why are you spoiled, Maestro? Oh, because things are near you? Oh, wow. I'm surprised they didn't have... Oh, it's a long story. I'm surprised they didn't have anything there for a long time. But I see it's part of a story, so understandably. That's your style? I like a pickle. You invest in stocks? Ah. There's interest in stocks? I did not know that. I think I have like one stock in something, but it was like a free stock they give you when you sign up or something. So I don't know how important that is, but... Oh, yeah. Better buy a lottery ticket. Do you know how hard it is to win the lottery? I don't disagree. If you don't play, you can never win. Depending on how skeptical you are about lottery stuff. But it's so hard to win the lottery. Like, if the lottery is up to over $1 billion, it doesn't hurt to play, again, depending on how skeptical you are about the lottery. But otherwise, normally I don't play. Did you know that you can buy lottery tickets through a mobile app now? I did not know that. And that's kind of dangerous for people that are, for lack of better terms, gambling addicts. Because they could just buy it right from the convenience of their phone, and you don't have to go anywhere or do anything. It's a good, again, it's all about convenience, right? But companies understand that it's about convenience. That's why delivery is a thing, where people deliver food using like Uber Eats. But do you know how expensive that is? It's so expensive. And I don't even really know that much because I can't get delivery to my house. I live in the middle of freaking nowhere, so I can't, they don't deliver to me. But from what I've heard, and I can totally see it too, delivery, like with Uber Eats and stuff, is so expensive. So expensive. For a reason. Convenience. There's the reason. Well, that and people want money, but, you know. Imagine owning a car. Is Singapore, like cars in Singapore cost an arm and 3 legs? No. Sorry, Catter's here that I'm still catching up on chat. Is Singapore like close by where things are like in walking or biking distance and stuff? The insurance is separate from the price of the vehicle. I know. Wait, oh no, I wasn't even talking about insurance. I was talking about paying off the vehicle, but the vehicle getting paid off has interest. But paying for insurance sucks too. I don't know if it would, but I think it wouldn't affect. It wouldn't affect who paid for it, the bank or you. Wait, what? Oh yes, insurance is affected by a lot of really random factors, and it's not even that it's random. It's just sucky factors, like your age. If you're younger, you're gonna pay higher insurance. Uh, and I get it to an extent. I get why they do that, but whack. Whack, I say. In fact, you're at the gym right now. Whee! I want to go. You know what I don't do though? I don't go to a gym. If I were to work out, which I do want to work out, don't get me wrong. But if I were to work out, I don't have a gym anywhere near me. Like the closest gym is like a 30-minute drive, which isn't super duper far, but that sucks. Drive, not even a walk. If it was a walk, maybe, because that's half of the workout right there. I walk to the gym, and then I walk back home. But no, it's like a 30-minute freaking drive. Ugh. Millie, welcome in. Sorry, we are going on many rants right now, talking about the cost of living, essentially. Insurance, bills, like paying off your car, freaking interest. It hurts. Paying more than what you had originally intended to pay on something because you have to pay interest now. I get it. Kind of, not really, but it's a thing. In the very least is what I get. Uber Eats is such a scam, that's why I don't do it. And totally not because they don't deliver to me. Yeah. It's because it's a scam. A lot of people don't use their treadmills. You know what? I never even thought about trying to see if there's a used one. Yeah, no worries, Pickle. Thank you so much again. No, I feel that. I'm sorry to distract you guys. I just talk a lot. But don't forget, we're here to focus. So if you guys want to work on stuff, we have a timer at the bottom right, which helps you guys remember to take breaks, essentially. So I completely understand. No, you're fine. I just talk a lot. I don't have a car. Hey, if your situation does not demand you to have a car, I would not recommend it because it's expensive. It's expensive upkeep. It's good for emergencies. I'm not saying it's bad to have a car, but if you don't need one, then you don't, essentially you don't need one, is what it comes down to. Welcome in, Hi Fala. Can I get some shout outs? I'm sorry, guys. Can I get a shout out for Hi Fala and Sun Bear, please? Pretty please with a cherry on top. You know what? I realized I've become so spoiled with my mods shouting out people that I forget to tell people, like, I forget to say it out loud. Like, I think I stopped. I apologize to everyone who streams. I just stopped saying, can I get a shout out? I'm spoiled. Oh, hi, Fala. Yeah, if you prefer, I know I need to finish doing the mod guidelines, but if you prefer, I'm totally fine with saying it, so you guys don't have to do the guesswork of, is this person okay to shout out? Should I not shout out this person? Does Spelly even know this person? Because I personally don't like to shout out people I don't know, only because, like, I can't vouch for someone if I don't know them. Or in the very least, if I've never watched their streams. If I've never watched someone's streams, I usually don't shout them out, only because I can't vouch for their content. They could be an extremely, like, I don't know, going off the deep end, they could be an extremely racist person. And I wouldn't want to shout someone out like that out, but I don't know, because I've never been in their streams. So I'm fine with saying it, too. I just gotta remember to say it. So it takes the guesswork out of it for my mods. I'm sorry, my mods. My mods are lovely. Shout out to my mods. By the way, I hope you're doing well, Alwyn. I'm still catching up a little on chat, but yeah. The more I've learned about driving during driving lessons, the less I want to drive. Let me tell you, I hate driving. Thank you, Shadow. I hate driving. I know it's something that I gotta do, and I get over that, but I hate it. I'll be completely honest. Ugh. Pickle. No, I hope you have a good one for your work. Sorry about that. talking about something and I already forgot. Let me scroll back up. We talked about car loans and interest. Yeah. Yeah, car loans. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Just the walk thing and not the rail for safety? Exactly, Claire. Like, those things are pretty cheap. And again, I never even thought about buying it used. I bet I could find it somewhere on... Not a bad idea. I bet I could find something on Facebook Marketplace or, like, just a used one. Because people buy it and then they're like, I actually wound up not using it, so I'm going to sell it for some cash. Because if that's the case, shoot, I'll do it. I mean, if I could get it, basically, if I could get a treadmill, just the walkie part, not the rail part, for like $100 or less, I would do it. I would do it. Yeah. Especially when it comes around the wintertime. Because right now, I'm fortunate enough to be able to go outside. It's not too hot, so, you know. But I still don't go out very often. I'm a little sad. I don't have a walking desk or a standing desk to do the treadmill, but I do like the idea of it. Alright, I think I'm slowly catching back up. Slowly but surely. Driving isn't all that bad, but oh my gosh, the other drivers. I think that's the issue. I'm not a bad driver. Everyone else is. No, I'm not the world's best driver, but in the very least, tell you what, I use my blinkers. I use my blinkers. That makes me better than like 20% of them. Because freaking no one uses their freaking blinkers, especially on the highway, and I don't understand it because people are like, I'm just gonna, I have enough room. What if I was speeding up? What if I was slowing down? You literally have no idea because what if I was like braking all of a sudden, I was in front of you and you were trying to swerve and then you didn't, no wait, vice versa, whatever, I don't care. Use your blinkers, gosh, anyway. Maestro made a good point the other day, he made a point. And I don't think it's an excuse not to use your blinkers, but I can understand a little bit. And that's, if you live in a city, every time you use your blinkers in, like, populated areas like that, people take that as, I'm not gonna let this person get in front of me, so I'm gonna then speed up. So a lot of people don't use their blinkers so they can just get in between cars without someone being that petty person saying, you can't get in front of me, I'm gonna speed up now and cause danger. Like, I don't get it, bro, but that's a reason people don't use their blinkers in cities. I don't think it's a good excuse. I think everyone should just learn how to drive, but in the very least, it could be so annoying to try to merge, especially when you're trying to get off of a highway and you need to get off before the exit, and then people just keep cutting you off because they're like petty. You know? Singapore has everything pretty close. Oh, that's good, yeah. But it makes sense to not have a car. So it makes sense now. It does. But I cry every time prepping for the conventions. Oh, sorry, Counter Tier. I hope you have fun at conventions. I really, really want to go to a convention. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a selfish. I want to go to a convention as an artist. I want to sell stuff. But I would love to go back to a convention. I haven't been to one, unless you count FarmCon. I haven't been to a convention since 2018. 2018. Okay, no worries, Advent, sorry. It's small. Wait, Singapore's smaller than New York City? Really? I thought, okay, I was thinking Singapore was like the size of Brazil, and I know Brazil is big, but I have no idea how big Singapore is. Ooh. In a personal situation, I think that higher insurance rates with age is a myth. I pay more in insurance now than I did, but that could also be from several other factors. Yeah, I think it also depends on, like, if you've been in other accidents. Obviously, that's a big one. Even if you haven't been in accidents, it depends on how much money you make. It depends on what areas you live in. Like, if you live in a city, you're probably going to pay more insurance. I don't know for sure because I've never lived in a city, but I'm assuming here. Stuff like that, I imagine, would affect insurance. Costco and Sam's Clubs are good sales on treadmills. I don't have a Costco or a Sam's Club membership. Ugh. Let me know if you ever go to one and you look at treadmills, like how much they are. Let me know. Maybe I'll throw the money at you and you could ship it to me. If it's 100 or less. Wait. I'm still catching up. Sorry. The main issue is check if it works and how old it is. Some people, oh, true. Some people have treadmills for years without doing maintenance. So literally you get it and then it's just broken. That would suck. At least we don't weave through traffic. It's true. Defensive driving. Always practice defensive. You live in LA. It's exactly how it goes. It sucks. It sucks how I follow. Just the idea of like, I don't know. That people get really petty, really aggressive driving when, especially in cities. Especially in cities. But I will be honest, it's not just cities. I live in the middle of freaking nowhere, and because I do, I'm going to say this really quietly, because I do, there aren't a whole lot of cops around these roads. So, and we have a lot of straightaway roads. So a lot of people like to drive really freaking fast for no good reason. Like, I'm not a super slow driver, but ever since my accident, I go anywhere between the speed limit and maybe 5 miles over the speed limit. I'm not trying to say I speed, but you know. But these people will sit here, they will honk, they will like do the whole like lights, flashing the bright lights, and then they'll just go around you. And I'm like, bro, I've had someone pass me on these back roads, because again, middle of nowhere. I've had someone pass me in the middle of a snowstorm. Like, unless your tires are freaking spikes going into the ground, you should not be driving that fast to pass someone on like a narrow road where there are deer everywhere. Although I don't think it was rut season at the time, but there's still deer everywhere. And it's like, why? You're going to hurt someone. More importantly than hurting yourself, you're going to hurt someone else. Don't drive that fast, bro. I don't get it. I do not get it, bro. People gotta go fast. I can't say that I don't understand, because I used to drive really fast for no good reason. And that, again, that was before my accident. Once I hit my accident, it was done. I was done. I physically cannot drive fast anymore. Sometimes I go a little too fast if I'm not paying super attention, but I can feel when I'm going too fast, and then I get really like sweaty. If you get a booth, I went, thank you, Viso. Hopefully, I would love to try one day. Oh, stretch and drink. I will do it right now. I think I have one more sip of this special drink. If you guys didn't know, we maybe, but probably, but like 100% have a partnership coming up sometime soon. And I'm taste testing one of the things for it. I mentioned it earlier on stream, but I have to mention it again. All right. All right, that was the last sip of that one. That means the rest is water. It was really good, though. It tasted like tame Sunny D. We mentioned it was tame Sunny D. So it's all the good of Sunny D without the bad punch of Sunny D. Special drink. Special drink. You guys, okay. Something that I want to do is I want to, like, even if I'm not explicit about it, I want to tell you guys about, like, if I'm getting a sponsor, I don't want to just throw it at you and be like, hey guys, you have 24 hours to redeem this code if you want this drink or this, like, art supplies or whatever. I feel like that's not super fair to you guys, because you didn't even get to prepare at all. So I'm letting you know, most likely next week, I'm going to be doing a sponsorship thing. A partnership thing. I don't know what the difference between those two words are, but, and, I'm letting you guys know now, there's gonna be a thing that comes up, and you have 3 days to redeem the code, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, it's a drink. I'm trying not to get, I'm not trying to get too specific, but I still want you guys to know that it's coming. Right, I like to prepare you guys. I'll probably, what the heck, what was that? What did you guys just throw at me? Like, even if I don't get super specific about it, I still want you guys to know it's coming, because I feel like it's not fair if I just, like, throw it on your lap. Oh, that's what it was. I was wondering what those stars were, because I didn't see the object. I only saw stars, and I was like, what the heck? What is it like, LA, you got a signal to start to move over to show you're a bit serious, otherwise they speed up. It's like, hey, Buster, that's a nice car you got there. Advent. What do you think is worse, driving in New York City or LA? I'm dancing. Here, I'm gonna dance and catch up on chat real quick. Thank you, Advent. At least send me the prices, if you can. The more expensive, the worse the driver. I'm so sad about that. I'm so sad because, you know, So that means a super crappy... You know, I can understand why that might be, but it also is, like, unnecessary, and I feel like everyone should just be good drivers, but that would be in a perfect world, right? We gotta have some conflict in the world, right? But no, yeah, Millie, honestly, very true. Deer season, driving fat. Exactly! I don't understand. When it's rut season, I wish people would just not. Just don't, bro. Gotta prep us. Exactly. We'll try catching it. I'm excited for it. So if I were to tell you, again, I won't get super specific because I still want it to be a little surprise, like, oh my gosh. But it is a drink, if you guys are looking for energy drinks. And you will have 3 days to redeem a code for 30%. Otherwise, afterwards, it'll be 20%. You'll still get a discount. You'll still get a discount, but if you guys want the bigger discount, you only have 3 days to do it. It's not right now. It's not right now. It's not right now. It'll be next week. But I don't want to just throw it at you and then you're like, wait, I did not know. So that's why I'm letting you guys know now. Hi, Panther Girl. US-based company? Maybe. Look, I'm 99% sure you guys know exactly what company I'm talking about. But even then, I'm indulging in the fact that I'm not telling you the company because the company itself is going to be the surprise. Well, kind of. Again, I'm like sure you guys already know what it is. But I don't want it to be a surprise that it's happening, like in general, so you guys can prepare. That's all. That's why I keep talking about it. Sorry, I'm like selling out so hard right now. Anyway, I think I basically caught up. New York City? You think it's worse to drive in New York City than LA? Who here has driven? You don't have to say if you don't want, but if you've driven in both New York and LA, let me know what you think is worse. Let me know what you think is worse. New York City? I've been to New York City. I've been to LA. I did not live in I didn't stay in New York City very long, but yeah, the traffic there was pretty bad. Yeah, New York City, I've been in New York City like 3 times, which isn't a lot. But holy moly, was it like, huh. I never drove in, no wait. No, that was Philly, No wait. Yeah, that was Philly, sorry. I keep thinking about Philly and New York. It's like the same. I hate cities, but sorry for those that like cities. But, I could not imagine living and driving in a city. That's not me, bro. Not me. New York City. Everyone should be good drivers, but when people have enough money to just pay the police, exactly. Millie, honestly, I have seen that firsthand, where someone I was driving with, obviously I won't name who, but they had basically said to me while I was in the car, they had said to me, oh, I don't care about speeding because I can just pay for the speeding ticket. I can afford the speeding ticket. And I'm like, that's not even the point. The point is to not speed. It's to be safe. It's not about whether you have the money to pay for a ticket or not. It's so you're safe and first of all, I'm in your car. I'm in your car and you're putting my life in danger. For what? Stop speeding, damn it. Stop speeding. Again, I'm saying this a little ironically because I used to speed. But I don't anymore ever since my accident. Ugh. Hands down, New York City. Really? You got cyclists, motorcyclists, scooters. Oh, let me tell you, motorcyclists in New York City. Holy crap. It's like a whole nother, I'm sorry. Look, motorcycles are cool. I'm not blaming motorcyclists in general, but specifically motorcyclists in New York City, bro. Why? Why? And pedestrians that go even when they have oh my gosh, all over the road, bro. I feel it. What, do they not do that in LA then? I would have figured they did that in LA too, though. Maybe because city, but you know. Gamer Cup bathwater? No! No! Can you imagine? I would not be the one drinking it, Sick Ripper. New York City doesn't allow for turns on reds because of how crazy the crosswalk and traffic gets. Ugh. Yuck. Traffic. For real, Maestro. That's me too. I was like, what? I want fast cars just to drive them slow. Look, if you guys want to drive really fast, do it on a raceway. I have no qualm with that. Or, I guess, do it when there's no one else around. I don't know. I would not know because you're doing it when I'm not around, right? Whatever. But don't do it when you're putting other people in danger. Just for what? For what, I say? I have to add the teeth to this. I'll do that next, I think. So they can save the 20 seconds. Oh, for real, Claire. You don't save... You waste so much money in gas speeding, and you don't save, like, any time. Philly and New York are the same. It's true! Is it not? Us! Is it not? Ow! My head. Hi, Rim. Rim! Have you ever been to New York? Philly and New York are the same, right? Maybe downtown. Downtown for both of them. Not even, I don't even mean, because there are some nice places in Philly I've been to. Job interview. Oh, I hope you have fun. I hope you have fun with it. I love interviews. They're nice. When you make $500,000 a year in downtown New York, it's like, yeah. But even if you have the money for a ticket, why would you waste it just so you, like, what was the purpose? Why? Do you not get points in the US for speeding? You do. You do, Life Liz. You get points on your driver's license, and if you have too many points, you get your driver's license taken away. And people don't care. They don't care. I don't know. Make it make sense. Please. They drive in between cars, is it scary? Oh yeah, motorcyclists do that. Well, not all of them, obviously, but a handful of them that give a bad rep to all the good motorcycles. There are people that know how to drive a motorcycle carefully. Those are the cool people. Not the people that think they're cool because they drive around recklessly. Hi, Rim. 80 speed limit? Let me go 50. Sick rip. I don't know. Going slow in a fast... Like, if the speed limit was 80, I don't know if there's anywhere that's 80, but if it is 80 and you're going 50, you would have to have your hazard lights on. And if you have your hazard lights on, that's fine. But I feel like it's still also dangerous to go slow, like to go that much slower than the speed limit. Like, if it's inclement weather, yes, makes a lot of sense. If it's nighttime, yes, slow down. If you're not comfortable with driving that fast, probably look for other roads, but as long as you have your hazard lights on, then yes, you could drive that slow in the slow lane, yada, yada, yada. But I feel like it's also dangerous to drive too slow on, like, a highway or like a high mile per hour, like a highway. I don't know how else to word that. You know what I mean? I'm walking here. What is that? LA jaywalking is illegal. Is it? Well, okay, wait. I thought jaywalking was illegal everywhere, but no one cares enough. Like, the police don't care enough. Aw. You have a dream going above 200? No. That would be fun, but on a track. With every four... Okay, Stick Ripper. Yes, that sounds fun for you. I was gonna say, for some reason I was thinking, like, on a highway that's bustling, you have to swerve in and out. I'm like, doesn't make sense till it makes sense. No! You pay even more money if you can avoid getting points on your license for speeding? Wait. If you pay extra, they just don't put points on your license? So you could just speed forever and it won't matter because you just have the money to pay it all off? Is that really a thing? Or are you just joshing me, bro? Sometimes it's safer for motorcyclists to lane split a bit and get between stopped cars. Like, if the cars stop, especially in the case of, like, they hit the brakes or something, sure, you don't want to rear end them because that's really dangerous for a motorcyclist. But we're not talking about those ones. You know which ones we're talking about, not those ones. Sometimes, oh wait, already, driving really slow in an ultra fast lane whilst people are behind you You're going insane. Oh, it's a song reference. Okay. I'm usually 5 over the limit. No, I feel that, Visago. Also, shoo, don't tell anyone. Shoo. Never ever on the wild. Oh, thank goodness. Yes, safe. If you guys want to drive fast. But in safe places, usually race tracks and legally, and yada yada. It's really a thing. That's crazy. I did not know that you could just pay. Hey, I'm speeding here, you know, except I have money to throw, and now it doesn't matter. Okay, we're gonna start shading a little bit. Okay, how do I want to do this? Let me think. I am going to shade the legs completely, and I'm gonna do this I've been watching a lot of One Piece. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I like One Piece. And something that I noticed is in their action scenes, they actually don't do full-on shading the way that you might see. Like, for example, over here. I shaded this entire piece. It's not a lot of shading, but it's enough to tell that this whole thing's shaded. But did you know in One Piece and some other action anime, they don't shade a whole lot during action pieces.
You're awesome, Spelly. One loving.
Oh, Advent. Advent, thank you so much for the clippities. I appreciate you, and you're awesome, Advent. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Heard One Piece? Bro, what do you mean? The One Piece isn't real! If the One Piece wasn't real, we wouldn't have this emote. Yeah, we wouldn't have this emote if it wasn't real, bro. The One Piece is real! Zero! Oh, wait. You heard One Piece? Yeah, One Piece. Bro, I like One Piece. I'm not caught up. No spoilers. I only just finished Thriller Bark, so no spoilers. I know. I need to catch up. No, actually, I finished Spa Island, which comes right after Thriller Bark. But other than that, I haven't started the next arc, so no spoilers. But Zero Yonder, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. So, right, I'm going to shade the legs real quick first. Actually, you know what I should start doing is I'm going to start putting down my layer for shading. Because if I put down the layer for shading, I won't have to think about it again. That's so smart, Spelly. Wow, you're so smart. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. If my brain can remember how to do hotkeys, then maybe I'll remember how to put down the stuff. You want to do it till you're satisfied with the end product? I can gladly say that I am at least not a perfectionist. And I say gladly because I know I've seen people that have so much struggle because they are perfectionists. I apologize to you guys that are perfectionists. I am so sorry for you guys. But I am not. I am not a perfectionist, and I'm glad that I'm not, because that would make things so much harder than it already is. Oh wait, Erratic. Here, let me drink. Come from the depths. Hello, Erratic. You're one of them. You are one of the cool people. Thank you for the drink. It's me, perfectionist. I'm so sorry, Hypala. It's so hard. Again, I'm not a perfectionist, but I've seen the struggle. I have seen the struggle in being a perfectionist, and gosh, I do not envy you guys. But hey, look, I will at least say this. The end product that does come out when you guys do finish eventually after all the struggle, it looks glorious. So never doubt that. Never doubt that something looks good or bad. It looks good because you put too much, honestly, time into it. Heck yeah. But yeah, if I were a perfectionist, everything that I do would never get done. Since I animate all by myself. I don't animate with anyone else. I do everything myself. Storyboarding, sketching, lining, coloring, cleanup, rendering. All the video editing, all the video of, what is it, VFX for the, what is that actually, video effects, I think? No, is that what it stands for? Visual effects, I'm stupid. Compositing, freaking all of it, all the camera work, all the backgrounds. I hate backgrounds, I'll be completely honest. But I do everything right now. I am looking to not do that one day and hopefully work with a studio. That would be really cool. But right now, I do it all. And if I was a perfectionist, I would never get anything done. Nothing would ever get done, ever. So I am happy, in the very least, that I'm not a perfectionist. Now, that doesn't mean I don't want my stuff to look good. I do. But if I sat here and tried to make everything look perfect, it would never get done. Ever. Ugh. You've been trying to my back. Overcome it to speed up your process. I'm still slow. Look, I follow you, say you're slow, but you made a thing recently. I don't want to talk about it right now, but you made a thing recently, and I love how it came out. And I think it came out pretty fast. I think it came out pretty fast. The problem with chasing perfection is that it'll only bring you down the road of madness. Wait, is that another quote? Oh, I'm a painter. Yeah, no, it's real though. Like, chasing perfection. Firstly, I don't really believe in perfection. No, I don't know how to word that, so I'm gonna roll that back and pretend I didn't say anything right there. Ooh. Teacher, I brought my healing note. My healer's note. It says here, they suspect I might have gotten the attention from a fae as a child. Where am I? wait, you have to explain it or erotic, I'm sorry. What happens, what do faes do? I'm sorry, I'm lame, I know. Beans. You all love this song? Hold on, let me turn it up in my headphones. I have everything turned down because sometimes I have to turn the music in my headphones if I want to concentrate and stuff. What is this from? Is it from an anime? No, Maestro. Over perfection, you just ship it and patch it later. Let's go, Visago. I wouldn't be able to patch my animations later, but I definitely understand the idea of there are some things that you want to make look as good as you can in animation, and then there are some parts of an animation where it good enough is good enough. Animators, rise up. Lil beans. Okay. I'm gonna take a chance and see how it looks, and if it doesn't look good, I'll just fix it again. Oh, wait, what? Oh, crap, did we just get ads? I think I just saw it pop up. Sorry, ads. Ugh! And sad. Also, I have an emote that I really like. It's this one. I stole it from Sako. Look how cute it is! Super unrelated to anything we were talking about. Imagine having ads in your... Wait, you don't have ads in your country? If you don't mind me asking, what country do you live in? Holy crap. I didn't know there were countries that straight up... Wait, this way? That straight up just do not have ads. What? We're... Not on Twitch, at least. Ah. That's crazy. I'm gonna stretch. Thank you. What do you mean it's not cute? Hi, Fala. No. I'm kidding. I love that emo so much. What? Stop, wait, don't make me laugh while I'm drinking. Thank you for the drink. I have drinked. Oh, wait, and stretch? Wait, was that a stretch and not a... I'm stupid. Hi. Here, let me stretch. I drink. Hey, look, hydrating is important too. Let me stretch. I don't know why I drinked. Ow. Both are healthy. It's true. I am actually sweating. I'm considering... You know what? We're about to go on break in about 50 seconds. When we go on break... Oh, wait. Oh, crap. It's my walking break. If you guys don't know, every 4 Pomodoros, which you see at the bottom where it says 4-6, every 4 Pomodoros, we go on a walking break. So I go outside and I actually get some exercise. It's not a whole lot. I just go walk around the block, basically. But at least I'm gonna go do that. So let me set you guys up for words on stream. We're gonna play word. Look, I really want the rubber ducky game. I'm thinking about getting it at some point. When it goes on sale. When the rubber ducky game goes on sale, probably during the summer sale, I will absolutely pick up the ducky game so we could just watch some ducks. But let's start this. Get it all ready. We're gonna go for some walkies. Walkies time. So feel free to join. Feel free to play the game. Or take a break. I would not knock you if you take a break too. That's important as well. Don't knock taking breaks. But let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get some words. I just want to play. Table. Tablet. Wait, I'm gonna steal it. No, wait, that's not the word. Tables? Wait, what is... Why are there two L's? Huh? Why are there two L's? Oh, ballet! Yeah, I do that. Anyway, I'm gonna... I'm gonna go, for a walk now. Oh, those... I see what you mean. Like fairies. Like fairies, but fae. Like, the actual term for them and not fairies. For some reason, I was thinking them. I feel that. I feel that. Alright. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the game. When it comes to art, I tend to hyperfixate. I feel like that's a good and bad thing, because then you wind up not taking breaks, right? But then you work for so long. But it's good, because you get stuff done. Alright, break time. Okay. Ah! Aw, yeah. We back. Thank you. Welcome back. Those letters aren't in the word. Alright, I'm gonna play a little bit. Web. Let me pause the timer. There we go. Alright, let's see what words we got. I'm gonna say, is this a word? No. Soil. Yes, I'm so good at this game. Loin. Oh, loin's already been used. Ill. Ill is ills? Oh, I didn't think that was a real word. Sill, right, sill. Knoll. Oh, wait, we already used that. What about knolls? I was thinking that too. Lions. Yeah, or loins, if anyone wants to try loins. Have a good lurk. I appreciate you. Thank you. Ha, Anzu, how you doing today? And have a good one, Oz. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I feel like I got bit up by stuff. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it. Hi, Lucky. Thank you for the shout out to Anzu. I knew I was gonna get bit by stuff. I feel like I got bit by stuff, but maybe not. Maybe it was just like stuff landing on me. I don't know. I hate that feeling. Ooh. How you doing today, Anzu and Lucky? Hello. Alright, we're gonna keep playing until we die, and then we'll go back to dating. But I do have to finish on time today with stream because we're gonna eat spaghetti, and my dad hates eating late. I know we're... Yes, I'm so good at this. If I fits, I sits. Oh, fits! Fits is another word. F with the F. How did you get that, Sick Ripper? You're so fast! Oh, sats. Oh, fists. Good one. I'm taking fits if no one else takes it. Oh, fats. That's another one. Fats. Like F-A-T-S. Oh, fast I guess is a word too. I'm sitting here like trying to figure out all the words that end with S because... feel free to take my words though, please. Fiat! Alright, I'm taking fats. It's me. Fists! That's another good word. I didn't even think about that. Oh, there's two S's? What about... fists? Oh, wait, where did you... I'm stupid. What about fiat? Oh, I was thinking the same thing! Oh, we need more S words. What about... Is this a word? Cyst? No. Oh, I was thinking that too. I looked at, I was like, what was the word that just stay? Okay, stays. Let's think of some more. Let's see. Is tase a word? No. Okay, thanks. Huh. How about phase? I didn't even think that was a word. I lied. I guessed that one. How about fast? Like just task? Yes. Yes. No? Okay. Tushy. I think a phase is a type of fairy. I think isn't it spelled F-A-E normally? F-A-E? Unless other people spell it F-A-Y? Tushy. Okay, let's go. Oh, let me move my tablet so I can actually type. I'm ready. Hydra! Wait. Oh my gosh. Yes. Hard. Why is there an L? Hydral? Is hydral a word? If you hydra but with an L at the end. Hardly? Oh yeah, I knew that. Yeah, hardly. Yeah. How about Harley? Hardly. No? Okay. Lady. Hello, lady. We got lady, but what about Haiti? I don't know. I'm guessing. Lard. I knew it. I knew that was a word. Yep. How about Darl? Dari. I think I spelled that one wrong. I did. How about Yardley? Yeah, Yard. No, wait. I put two Y's in there. E. Uh, this is hard. This is hardly. No, okay. Hey, you're Haid. Hail. Hail? Wait. Held. Howled. Yowled. No. Owled. Bald. No. What does that even mean? Dra. Draw. Darl. Day. Dairy. No. Rayman. Rail. No? Okay. Hey, at least we beat it. Beat the level. You guys, I guess now that like, I'm sure you guys were so happy when I wasn't here or saying random stuff out loud. Because now I'm here to mess us up. Here we go. Voss. DOS. Wait, what? That's a word? What does that even mean? Okay. Gods. Oh, true? Goddess. If that's the case, then deaths. No? Okay. Guess. Goddess. But without the other D. Go. No? Okay. Dogs. True? Doge. Wait, Doge is a word? What does that even mean? What does that mean? Okay, V is fake, by the way. If anyone's trying any V words, V is fake. Huh? Something's gotta... Oh, I was gonna... I was about to say, something has to start with a D. Actually, there's another word that has to start with a D. Alphabetically, between dogs and DOS. Let's see. DOS... DOS? DOS? Oh, DOS! DOS! I do that. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. Oh, man, I have to do it again. Duh. Goes? Oh, look at us go. Look at us goes. Ow, my knee. Ugh, karma. Goose? No. Wait, goose? How do you spell that? How do you spell goose? Goose? Wait, how do you spell goo? How do you spell goose? How do you spell goose? No, always like this. Oh, there's no two O's. I thought I'm stupid. Okay. Actually, two-headed, bro. My bad. I thought it was spelled differently. Congratulations to me for being the smartest person. No, just kidding. And then nextly, X-Raga, Stick Ripper, Advent, Miso, Spiro, Anzu, and Lucky. Thank you so much, everyone, for playing. I don't know how I think I was literally just sitting there guessing words. I'm gonna be completely honest. So, that's how I got up there. I just kept guessing. I'm sorry, gang. I'm just lucky. I'm not lucky because lucky is lucky, but I'm just lucky in the words. Alright, time to bother everyone by doing art again. Timer, resume. I just typed really fast. I was like, eventually something landed. Oh, is that a yippee? Yippee! Wait, oh yeah, it is a yippee. Yippee! I love yippies, they're so cute. Alright, what was I doing again? I kind of want to, I want to take a break from this for a little bit, because we've been doing it for a hot minute, and I like how it's coming out. Ironic, I say take a break from it as if we didn't just take a break, but I kind of want to work on the Evelyn thing. Because I'm getting close to that one, so I think we're going to switch for a little bit. And then we'll come back. Who did that? Lucky!
It's been amazing watching you work. I am so glad
Bah.
I found you through a raid.
Oh, what? Lucky, you're so nice. Lucky, thank you so much, not only for the VIP membership here at the clubhouse, but thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Sorry, I'm getting closer to you guys. Oh. I'm getting closer. Okay, anyway. Let me back up. Too close. There we go. Thank you, Lucky. I appreciate it. I'm glad you came here too. All right, let's put some feet on this bad boy. Or bad girl. Wait, that sounds weird. I don't want to say that now. I take it back. Ah! There we go. It's you from Valorant. Wait. Oh, wait, the... Ow. Wait, hold on. The yippee. Yippee! Yoru. What did I say? Yoru? Yoru. Sorry, my brain. Ooh. My boss just encouraged me to take time off. Aw. To take a vacation because I haven't gotten as much PTO scheduled as everyone else. Wait, what happened to your PTO? Oh, just scheduling it. So you didn't use it? Or you didn't get it? That'd be a big difference. Ooh. This being the same manager who cut money from my paycheck a few months ago because I taken too much time off work. Wait, what? Pretty sure you realize this how close I am to quitting. Oh. Are you in the position, and this is a good position to be in, but are you in the position right now where you are indispensable? I think is the correct word there. Those are fun positions to be in because then it's like, you know, technically they could do stuff without you, but they don't want to because they don't want to spend the time to try and train someone else. Always become the person that they don't want to get rid of at work. What? I'm currently essential. That's good. Now it's time to ask for a raise. Do you have plan? Well, okay, you do not have to say this if you don't want because of safety reasons, but do you have plans to leave? If you want to tell us. Again, you do not have to say it if you don't want to. For safety, when I say that, I mean because this is a public place, you literally never know if someone's listening. I might be a little paranoid. But it's better to be, well, that's not even true. You cannot say it's better to be too paranoid because I've seen people that are too paranoid and that becomes also very bad. But in the very least, you know, safety first. There's literally nobody else in the whole international company, holy crap, that can perform my duties without training. Woo! Do you plan, when you do go, do you plan on leaving? Or, what? Do you plan on trading anybody? I don't know what I just asked. Do you plan on leaving when you leave? Unless your boss wants to get rid of most people, it might be better to get out. Oh, fair. Because then you might get a lot big workloads too. The encouraged vacation is specifically because the company's not giving raises. Wow. Whack. That's whack. We don't like company that don't give no raises. I should know. I've never had a raise in my life. Even working for many years. Help. And I don't think I'm a bad worker. It's just every time I go to a company, it's always an excuse. And let me tell you, COVID was the biggest excuse. I was an essential... I'm putting quotes on here. I was an essential worker during COVID. So I worked all throughout COVID. Even when I worked with people who had COVID. It was crazy, bro. Let me tell you. But I never saw a raise during that time because the excuse was, we are, what was, I don't know exactly what their words were, but it was essentially, we need to save money just in case during this time of pandemic, and we have to lay people off, and we can't afford to give you guys raises. Meanwhile, they did give people raises, but only if you were in management or the HR department. And yeah, that's, sorry, angry. No fun, no good. Smelly might be your boss with a voice change. Can you imagine, Lifeless? I'm actually, what's that one show? Undercover Boss, I think. You have many plans? Ah. You had a boss that called employees either an A worker, B worker, or a weed. They needed to get weeded. Wait, what? Is that how they treated their employees? Why? You're paid under 27K, what's average? Nah. When I leave, they get the exact same treatment they got. Which is insufficient treatment. Ah, okay. So, do you even plan to give your 2 weeks notice or nah? Again, if it's too personal, you do not need to answer. Screw big business, exactly. I hate that they took advantage. They took so much advantage. And they will always come up with every excuse to not give raises. Not every company, for the record. Not every company, but the ones that I worked in labs. The first one is an environmental lab. I don't care to throw them under the bus. Like, I don't care if I do. The first one I worked in was an environmental lab. The second one I worked in, I actually liked the second company I worked for, but it just didn't work out. Like, I lived too far away. I couldn't drive 3 hours a day to work there. But there were some management things. Overall, it was fine, though. I didn't mind it. I just hated driving. Oh! I'm so sorry, Bone Marrow, to hear. Toxic, no, we don't love it. Not every. I'm telling you guys, there are some good workplaces. Believe it or not, I have worked in some good workplaces. My last job, for example, was pretty freaking good. It wasn't the best. But it was pretty freaking good. Again, I just couldn't stay because of how far it was away from me. That's just like a personal, it sucks situation. I did hear that after I left, they started laying off people. Because the lab that I worked in last was like a COVID thing, so it was really heavily reliant on COVID. And then, you know, it hasn't been very good lately, so they had to do a lot of layoffs. But I left before that. Unfortunately, I left right before we got like a bonus. It wasn't a raise, but we got like a bonus. And if I stayed for an extra month, I would have gone crying. It's fine though. I plan on giving a polite notice, but if they get 2 weeks, if the new job was a delayed start, you got it. You get it. You get them, Bone Marrow. Yeah, toxic workplaces suck. My raise was 30 cents an hour when I practically ran the whole department. Nah, pickle. Do you still work at that place, or was that a previous employment? I'm a big... Look, I like to work hard. But I completely am big on if a job will never care about you. Well, people will care about you, but a company will never care about you, right? Don't never feel obligated to stay at a job or company loyalty, whatever that means nowadays. Never ever feel that way. Don't feel bad to leave. They can and will survive without you. So if you have to leave to better your situation, do it, because you look after you, not a company. You look after you, bro. I don't even care about slandering the company I work for because they treat, like, expense. That was not my last job. Again, my last job was pretty good, but the job before that, I literally do not care if I throw them under the bus. It sucked. I was literally You know what? Here, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. My supervisor was a sexual harasser. Not like literally touching, feeling people, but of very vulgar, very obvious, like very starey at women, very talking to women like, oh, you know, why? Oh my gosh, I could tell you stories, but the whole point of it is the fact that there was a girl who reported my supervisor for sexually harassing her, and they fired her because they couldn't do without this manager or supervisor dude that's been there for 30 years as opposed to just getting rid of this girl who's been there for like 2 years. Which I have heard in recent times that that is highly illegal. But obviously, I did not know back then. Like, huh? From what I've heard last from people that still work there, everything's changed because they fired the old director. I don't know if they fired that dude. I think they moved him into a different department. So he doesn't work in that department at least, but I think he still works there. But I know they fired the lab director, and a lot of things changed after I left, and then a few like a year or two after I left. So it wasn't directly after I left, but ugh. Wow. Their Glassdoor rating was 2.8 out of 5. Ew. Just quit, exactly. Totally a... Oh, you just quit. You just quit that place? Good. Again, look after yourselves. Don't care if a company... Like, no. A company can live without you. If it's a bad workplace, leave. Because he's gotten raises from a place you worked at over 5 years ago. Ah, bone marrow. Stagnant for 3 years now? Would you want to go back to that place you used to work at? Or are you looking in a different direction? Like different career, you know what I mean? Like different branch or something? I'm not sure if the Tesla would have survived without me. Bro, bone marrow? I knew someone that worked at Tesla too. Before everything that happened, like I'm not trying to sit here and slander anyone, but before everything that happened, especially with Twitter, they swore that certain people were awful people, and the work environment was awful. Oh, you might actually know them. Maybe, I don't know. But, yeesh. Yeesh, I say. Gotta love those types. Broken my... Yeah, it's crazy that they would fire... You know... Ugh. I've been through some bad jobs. I'm not saying all jobs are good. I'm also not saying all jobs are bad. There are some really good ones. You just gotta find them. Unfortunately, the good ones are taken by a lot of people because they're good jobs. But eventually, you guys, I hope we all find jobs that we appreciate us, and that we strive to work in. Because it's a fun, good job. Whether the work itself is fun, but it's usually the people. It's the people that make it fun, or if it's not the people, then at least something in the job. I don't even know. Honestly, I usually think it's the people that make things fun. I'm not even a social person either. I'm fine with being by myself. But I do find that a lot of the times people, your peers and your coworkers and stuff, make things fun. Maybe it's the idea of, like, going through this hell together is what really makes it fun. I don't know. Not fun. Fun's not the right word, but makes it worth doing. That and the money, obviously, but otherwise we wouldn't do it at all. Not at a toxic workplace. Now, granted, the opposite spectrum is the idea of working for almost no money, but doing something you really enjoy, which is kind of me right now. I really enjoy what I do now, even though I don't make enough. But that's like the opposite side of things. But if you make money and you're just working to make sure you make money, it's the people, like, or the situations, I don't know. It's just, sometimes it's just the idea of being able to afford things, which obviously, you'll have to survive, so. But, yeah. I'm sorry to hear, Bone Marrow, about the. Well, I'm glad they got fired, but I'm sorry to hear that it happens. You know. Have a good one, Pickle. Have a good one, Pickle. You upset too many manners by calling out on their crap. That's so. It's good. It's good that you did, but I'm sorry that, you know. Now that means you can't go back, even though it's the crappy people doing the crappy things. Maybe they shouldn't, I don't know, be crappy? Ooh. Just a thought, just a suggestion. It's still awful there. Oh! Oh! Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I used to know someone that worked there, but I don't know how it is now, but if it's still awful, I mean, go figure. That's awful. Bad situations, bro. The people at jobs do make them fun. As long as they're good, you know. I've worked with people that are not so fun. And then it's not fun. But if they are fun people, then yeah. I would love... Look, I don't want to necessarily move to Alaska. Not that I'm opposed to it because of the living conditions, but I would love to go to Alaska one day. I know it's cold, I get it, but still. That sounds like so fun. I hear that Alaska is beautiful. I would love to see the scenery. I'm not really one to get too bothered by the cold. The cold never bothered me anyway. But I definitely want to try it one day. Just always avoid jobs that introduce themselves. Oh my gosh! Here at this place, we are a family. Really? Oh my gosh. Don't get me wrong, there are some jobs where they are like very close knit because the people are cool, but they usually don't even need to promote themselves as a family because it just happens. It just feels that way. It's definitely something that is felt and not something that needs to be that's like, honestly, that's like people who say I'm a nice person, but they have to constantly tell people, "Hey, I'm a really nice person." But why do you have to announce it? Why do you have to advertise it? Hi, sweetie. We're talking about toxic workplaces. Ah. I know some places that are not toxic, but I have also worked at some places that are pretty damn toxic. But sometimes we have to do it for the money. Just don't stay there. If you have to do it for the money, do what you need to do. I get it. But please, please don't spend your whole life there and wake up one day 70 years old and realize, wait, my whole life I've just been at this miserable place. A few years, I get it. It's the struggle. Don't waste your life. You know what they say. I don't even need to say it to you guys. You already know. First of all, I'm not your mother, so do what you want, but I've seen it. I've seen it at jobs. There's this dude, he was like 70, 80. He was older. Still working. He was after retirement age. He retired and he's still working at this place because he basically said, I've been here my whole life. I don't know what else to do. And it's kind of sad, you know? I don't want to see people suffer. I mean, if that's what you enjoy, that's what you enjoy. That's completely different and not what I'm talking about. But there are people that literally sit here and they go through life just going through the motions. They don't even try to live, you know? You're not my dad, stupid noodle head. Yo, Vines. Hello, really mean person. You know what? I have this thing where, okay, I'm a little bit of a pessimist. I thoroughly believe that people who are mean or like cheat in life, for lack of better terms, I don't even know what that means. I feel like they still get away with it. I feel like karma exists, but not for them, and it sucks. I'm not trying to be an evil person. I'm really not. But for once, I want to see that person that cut me off in traffic and they like put me in danger or other people in danger because they had to speed. I just want to see them get pulled over by a cop, you know? Once in a while, maybe once ever. I'm sorry, I don't mean to have ill will on people. I don't want them to die, but once in a while I like to see someone get a little justice of seeing them get pulled over by a cop. I don't know. I don't know. It's so hard to when you see people get away with stuff all the time and it's just constantly getting away with all this crap. I don't know. Oh no, Bone Marrow. Sorry, I'm still catching up. I'm reading the thing where you said the most common thing when you worked there. Ugh. The cold started bugging you. Oh no, I'm getting it. I'm sorry to hear. I hope it gets fixed. I don't know anything about that, but I hope it gets fixed soon. Hi, Fala. I hope. Learn that the hard way? Hell no, not again. Not again. Although we are family, we are. What if you go for a workplace and instead of just saying, when you hear your family, instead of them saying that, they actually just start singing it. We are family. And they break out into a big dance number. Would you stay at a job like that? Everyone just starts dancing to We Are Family. And it just becomes a huge dance number. Random thoughts. Your knees and your nose. Aw, the cold. I hope you're doing well, sweetie. I do the opposite. I reassure people that I am a butthole. Oh no. Yeah, 70s. People still will work because, you know. And then by the time they realize it's kind of too late. Not to say, I don't know. I'm not really big on saying, you know, when you get a certain age, that's it, give up. But that is a long time to have spent doing something you don't like. Just for what? For money? I mean, I get it. I get the struggle, but your whole life is kind of, you know. Bone marrow. You worked with 80-year-old vets who had no choice but to work. It does really, really suck, bone marrow. Karma's selective, right? Lucky. Hold people accountable. Just become Karma. My middle name is Karma. No, it's not. Aw. I'm glad to hear, sweetie. Unless you're being sarcastic. I'm assuming not, though. I will become the justice I wish to see in the world. You would cringe if they did that? Seems fun. I would be like, wow, we're dancing and singing. I would want to join in. Look, I'm not an outgoing... Okay. I am both an introvert and an extrovert. I think you guys said the other day that's called an omnivert. I could do both. It literally just depends. There are moments where I am fine with talking straight up to strangers. And there are moments that I'm like, please don't talk to me. I would like to be left alone now. Thank you. I'm an omnivore? Yes. More so, I'm not a vegetarian, but I don't eat a whole lot of meat because, I don't know, I get a little sick if I eat too much meat. But I do eat meat, don't get me wrong, but, you know. I just like that. My last job, I had a crap manager that really tried to be this mental health guru, but he ended up oh no! I'm sorry, Lucky. We all share. Oh no. If there's one thing I have learned, you don't share personal stuff at work. Like, if you really, really want to have sanity, hold on, my alarm's going off, in your workplace, don't share personal stuff because it will be used against you in the court of law. No, it will be used against you, bro. So unless you're ready for things to be used against you, don't. Oh. We on your channel. Wait, what? Oh, Ace. Right, right. Oh, is it Omnivore? Oh, I thought it was Omnivore. Never mind. I was thinking of Omnivore, but Omnivert. My bad. Spell Carmelie. You could just call her Spelly. Look, again, I don't like to wish ill will on people. It's just that sometimes I feel like just some people don't get the karma that I'm not saying that they deserve, but you know, there are just some bad people out there, and I never see bad things happen to them, and I don't know. I don't want to wish ill will on people though. I'm not trying to. I'm sorry. I am human though. It is real. It is real and true. I am human. The worst part is that when I realized just how much less I was being paid than my coworkers, which is, for the record, if a workplace ever says don't talk about money, talk about it. Because that happens so often where people are getting paid different pays. For what? You would never have, meanwhile, I would never have anything because I couldn't afford anything to do. Exactly, Bone Marrow. Talk about it. I'm much more of an introvert, especially at work. You know, at work, when I worked at my last job, I worked in a building where it had a lot of people my age. So we all, we got along for the most part. And then they moved me to a building of people that weren't my age, and we got along. They were really cool people, but no one ever talked. Everyone in the first building I worked at before I got moved, we talked to each other, and it was fun. It was a lot of fun. We hung out, even outside of work, we hung out. The people in the other building after I got moved, they were cool, but no one, I didn't know anyone. No one talked to each other. We all just did our work, which is, it's fine. Both are fine. It's just very different work environment for the same company. I was like, what's happening? What? I thought that was interesting. Oh yes, never neglect car naps. Ooh. Or eating lunch in your car, I'm gonna be completely honest. Carbs? Wait. Carbs? Ooh. I'm so excited I get to eat spaghetti tonight. Spaghetti! Speaking of carbs. You learned that the hard way? I'm so sorry, Lucky. Me personally, I'm your introvert. Oh, you have the tendency to burn up like a nuclear reactor. Meeting for 4 hours, I'll power through. And then a 12-hour... So, you'll be social... Oh, no. You'll do social things for, 4 hours, and after that, nope. Alright, nap time. Out. Don't bother me. You never share anything? I made it a running joke to my your boyfriend or best friend? I actually... Sorry, if it's best friend, I'm so sorry. Wait, where was I? That I never talked to my coworkers. Heck no. What if your BF was your coworker though? Ooh, boyfriend. Okay. I was I wanted to say boyfriend, but then I was but wait, if it's best friend and not boyfriend, because I say BF a lot because of Evie. Evie's my BF. So I say VF and I'm like, oh crap, what if they I don't want it to be awkward. Okay, I got you. Yeah, what if your boyfriend was your coworker though? Ooh. Sometimes just some people just need a little reminder. Oh, the carbs? Wait, huh? You vibe with old people because they also never talk to me. I mean older. Aw, that happened at my job. Oh, getting paid less, and having to talk about it with people. Wait, is there a Pokemon? No, wait, what? Get out of here! What? Pokemon bot keeps trolling me, bro. You hope they got lots of it? Spaghetti. Lots of Pokemon. Well, there was a Pokemon. I missed it, didn't it? You love taking naps and while wait, what? Bone marrow. Huh? Yeah. I have a really hard time hiding, like having a poker face. It's not the world's worst thing if you are able to. What's the word I'm looking for? Be nice around people you don't get along with. But I have a hard time kind of doing that. If I don't get along with someone, I usually avoid them. And if I can't avoid them, I tell them, "Hey, don't please don't talk to me. Like I'm just not interested." And like I want to work towards not doing that, where I can basically be able to talk to people even if I don't really like them. I'm not gonna be like, oh, we're BFFs, but like there was this one person at my work that just, you guys already know. You always have that one person. And it would be nice if I'm able to actually just interact with them, especially if it's like I need to talk to them for work-related stuff, even if they don't know how to do anything, but I just have a hard time doing that though. Oh, BFF. Oh, true. Best friend forever. It's a curse because it's fun to be hyper and stuff. But afterwards, you always go into hibernation. I am so sorry. No. Oh gosh. Who did that? Fasani. Activate screensaver mode. We're talking about being introvert, extroverted, and jobs. Our old jobs. It sounds like most people worked some pretty bad jobs, and let's be honest, a lot of jobs are pretty bad. But I recognize that not all jobs are horrendous. I have worked some good jobs. But there are a lot of bad jobs too, and it's unfortunate that there are bad people and bad jobs in Shiana. Shiana Miniana. I hope we all find a good job or places that will treat us good. Thank you for Sarfiani. That's her. Driving with sleep apnea? No. I hope. Okay, can I ask a question? Is there a thing? Correct me if, or let me know if not. But is there a thing that people can have where they are unable to drive because they fall asleep? I know highway hypnosis. I'm talking about something a little more serious than highway hypnosis, where they are literally unable to drive because they fall asleep. It's kind of like you were conditioned to basically sleep when you drive. Whether that's because you did it when you were younger or whatever, a lot. But now it's like you are super unable to drive because you fall asleep. Napping while driving. Oh. Oh, you mean like full on? I feel that. You'll be driving and 2 hours will pass and you're like, wait. It's scary, actually. It's scary when that happens because it's like, I don't remember getting here. Like, I don't remember any of that drive. Anything could have happened and I wouldn't have known because complete zone out, completely gone. Yes. No. no, Basani. I'm a shy bean when it comes to me and to do the first step. Wait. Either people come at me and do the first step, and I love them, or I work alone without it. Oh, I see, sweetie. Well, hi, sweetie. I'm here to say hi. Hi. Hi, sweetie. Hi. I have a coworker that's in a higher position and rather volatile. Volatile? Did I say that right? Yet tries to converse with me. I'm very concerned if I say the wrong thing. Oh, you mean because they're in a higher position you're afraid to say the wrong thing? Why am I leaning forward like this whole time? I feel like I've been leaning forward. Hold on, wait. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Narcolepsia? But it's only when driving. I don't know if that's like a only driving thing or if that's like a... Because I know narcolepsy is a thing for like everything you do, but specifically driving. Outside, again, a little more serious than highway hypnosis. You just completely... I have driven off the road because of... And it's not just the idea of being tired. I'm not tired. I'm not tired when I go to drive. I'm not tired when I finish driving. It's literally the idea of driving, and then suddenly it's like everything is gone. No, it doesn't matter if I play loud music. It doesn't matter if I roll down the window. I've tried it all. The thing that does help a little bit is the energy drinks. They do help a little bit. But, good. That's what I mean. Narcolepsy can make you unable to drive legally. I'm normally fine, though. It's very useful for when you're driving literally the loneliest road in America. Multiple hours of driving with nothing and nobody. And then it just disappears. It's gone. You don't even have to think about it. Oh, wait, stop. There we go. Yee. I was getting that for a while. Fell asleep at the wheel twice while learning with apnea. Oh no. Learning. Yee. I am sorry to hear. Apnea. It's hard. Driving hard. Thankfully, someone was in the car with me. Thankfully. Oh, ooh, what happened? No. There we go. Legally, I could drive. Morally, my meds... Morally with meds. I would have a league challenger worthy kill streak. Oh no, sweetie! No! Yee, don't drive. If you guys don't have to drive, don't drive. I understand some people don't have the option. And I also understand wanting at least the ability to drive, especially for emergencies, but... Okay, maybe I'm just a little biased. I hate driving. Some people love driving. I know one of my cousins, loves driving. And that's good. That's good for him. But I do not, personally. Beans. What, Maestro? Wait, what? I know, oh, Maestro likes driving. True? I was thinking of my cousin because my cousin wants to become a race car driver. So he really likes driving. That's like, he's actually going to school. Maybe I'm giving too much. He's going to school for race car driving. I didn't even know that existed until he, like, announced that to the family. I had a friend who drove off the road because she fell asleep at the wheel. With her sister in the back. Oh, the car flipped many times! She almost died and the sister had some bruises. I'm so happy to hear that they are okay. Minus the fact that they did get a little scraped up. That is very scary. And I'm happy to hear that, you know, I'm glad to hear that it wasn't worse. Sheesh. Oh, break time! We're almost done with this one. I'm so excited to have a reference. She's so pretty! Look at her! Look at her! I feel bad because if you guys look at my old reference... Okay, this is my old animation style. And it's not even that it's animated, it's just drawn in my animation style. Hold on. Not this one. Let me find it. I drew Spelly. Oh wait, it's on this. It's in this. I have too many folders! Grr. This is my old animation style. You can see the difference. If you guys want to see, maybe I've been getting a little bit better. Maybe? What do you guys think? Oh, yeah, that's fine. There we go. You love going for a ride? Hey, I don't mind riding necessarily, especially for going somewhere fun, but driving is not for me. I want the ability. I hate driving. I'm not confident. And Paris has every subway I need. Oh, crap. Wait, Paris is a city, right? Is traffic in Paris really bad, or is it okay because it has subways? I mostly Uber. Ah, I'm a passenger princess. That sounds so expensive, though, for the Ubering. Yee. I didn't know there was a school for... Yeah, right, Highfall? I did not know. I thought it was just like a... I don't even know how you would train. You just train for it? I don't know. Honestly, it makes more sense now that I think about it. Vibing to... Okay. I can at least agree with that, Lucky. I'm not a big fan of driving, especially with aggressive drivers around. But when you have a good playlist, or even like a good podcast, it can be okay. Definitely makes it a lot more manageable to do. For sure. Other people do scare me very much. I like empty roads. I don't like empty roads with a lot of, like, forest around, though. Because I have learned that that's when the animals like to come out. Sometimes if there's an empty road, or if there's, like, one car on a road, I will, like... I don't like to tailgate, but I'll be near the car, or I don't mind being behind a car, because hopefully I'll be okay in terms of freaking deer running out in front of me. Aw, Miso, thank you. Progress is vacate, thank you. They're both cute! They're both not cute! I followed no! No, just kidding. England is my city. Is that a, that's a meme, right? Oh, motorcycle ride. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean, Ace. I've never been on a motorcycle. I don't want to buy a motorcycle. I don't really care to, but I would like to ride on one once. Just once. Hopefully safely. Traffic in Paris is an experience better than whatever America has. Okay. Very fair, sweetie. Very fair. But better, but still bad, yeah. Freaking Bambi, no! Ace, Maestro. It is a meme, okay. I did not know, I'm sorry guys. It's a meme song. I think I've heard it before, but forever ago. There is a road near Grass Valley, California that's absolutely beautiful because of the forest on both sides. Don't get me wrong, I think it's gorgeous, but I get so nervous driving on those roads because I'm so used to seeing freaking anything and everything run out. I've had bears run in front of me, and I'm like, bro, you literally, I get it. You're basically a car, but don't. But how about no? Nah. Please don't. You enjoy driving long distance. Oh, interestingly so. I don't know, long distance is long. Just a little guy. I'm turning into a toxic little guy. I followed no. Also, where I come from, there are tons of deer. Yes, hi Fala. I live in the freaking middle of the forest. It like, don't get me wrong, I like wildlife, but not when I'm driving. It's just like snow. I love snow, but not when I'm driving. No. I have crashed from snow. I suck. I was going downhill. It was so hard to brake, bro. From 8 or 9 years ago? Holy crap. I didn't know that guy has been around that long. If humans are better at one thing than animal, it's jaywalking. At least they get out of the way sometimes. You want to live in the middle of a forest? Do you like bugs? Hi, follow. Just a random question. Driving in snow. Drift intensifies. I've spun out many times driving in snow. And by many, I only mean like 3 or 4. But, but that's still too many. I'm not even a terrible driver. I've spun out going like 20 miles an hour. I go slow. But, yeah, snow, bro. Depends on the bugs. Mostly spiders and ants. Mostly those two. You want to live in the mountains? I live in a mountain too! You guys, Maestro knows. I live on top of a mountain in the middle of a forest, and it's great. And if I tell you any more than that, you're probably gonna figure out where I live, so I won't. But it's great. But again, lots of bugs. Carpenter ants. They're not so bad, but they're big. Yeah, I'm not a big fan either, Ace. Ugh. Anywhere with connection? Honestly, that just comes down to how much you're willing to pay. I have pretty good connection here because we pay for internet and we don't have anything else like cable. We have some streaming services though. Fala. Freaking ant. Yeah, ants kind of suck. Again, they're carpenter ants. Back home too? Yes, exactly. They are big. They don't really do too much, but they're freaking big enough to be super fast, so they're kind of hard to... Carpenter ants are kind of hard to carefully pick up and clearly put outside, because I would never kill bugs. What? Oh. You want to be up higher? Isaac. Lots of bugs. Apparently also weird people. Oh my gosh, Lifeless. It's not even... A lot of my neighbors are okay. A lot of them have dogs, which is pretty cool. But it happens to be my neighbor. And let me tell you, okay. Here's an example of how crazy they are. They were like, I'm going... make sure you guys check the news because you guys are going to see our insert community name in the news because I'm going to burn it down or bring it down or whatever he said. And on top of that, I mean, there's a lot more. I don't want to go too personal into it, but this dude has threatened, like, specifically my family. And it's crazy. And it's only... Again, I don't want to dox too much, but... No! And the Himalayas, bro, sweetie. Yeah. I was mentioning, if you guys missed it earlier, I was mentioning I wasn't able to actually walk around outside because of this dude. And luckily, I don't want to jinx it, but luckily nothing's happened in a while, but... This dude is crazy. Like, I don't even know how he hasn't been kicked out of the community or, you know... I don't know. I don't want to wish ill will on people, but if you go and threaten my family, I'm sorry, but I'm only human. I want to be a better human and not wish ill will on them, but you threaten my family and, you know, no. Like, I'm not even gonna say it. You guys know what I'm talking about. I feel that, High Falla, kind of. I totally never kill bugs. What? No. No, never. What? No. Yeah, Lifeless, exactly. Thank you, High Falla. Please do. Hi, only human. Detroit. Just call me Detroit. Because I'm only human. Is that... Wait, is it Detroit only... Is it... Detroit become human? I don't know what it's called. You threaten my family, you catch a hands, right? Without me saying it. You guys are saying it, not me. I'm not gonna say it out loud. I'm legal here. Thank you, sweetie. Yeah, it's... Well, again, this was years ago. Or not super long, but long enough where hopefully that never happens again. Because that's... Become human? Okay. It's about that I want a snack. I know I'm about... No, don't... I'm not gonna get a snack because we're gonna eat dinner soon. For real life, Liz, honestly. I'm not human, so laws don't apply to me. Thank you, High Falla, please. I'm not gonna say whether you should do it or not, but... You know, if I'm not looking, I didn't see it, that's all. Oop, oh, I looked the other way. Oop. Yeah, lifeless. If it's against me or whatever, against my family, no one will find them. Okay, that was you. I didn't say it. In Minecraft. Alright, let's get this bread. Thank you for the head pats. Oh, Burp, thank you. Can I get a, hi Jeff, hi Burp, how you both doing today? Oh right, I unplugged my hands. I was waving and my hands were not moving. Oops. May I get a shout out, please? Focus. Focusing is hard. I will stretch. Oh, wait, did you hear that? The neck popping? No? Yes? No? Okay. Thank you for the save! I'll save right now. I hit the wrong button to save. There we go.
Hey guys, I'm Macaroni. I stream art and spooky games, and I'm here to tell you about how amazing Spelly is and how you should sub to her.
How you guys should go check out Burp. That's right. Link is right there in chat. Just click on it. Literally just click on the link right there. It's literally just in chat. If you click on that one, yep, that one right there. Right there. Do it. I hope you guys are, and Jeff, I hope you both are doing well today. I think I'm just about done with this one. You guys ready to see me finish? Let's see. You guys can see the difference between the sketch. Here, wait. Here is the sketch. Hold on. Sketch. And then here is the final. And the feet. What do you guys think? Actually, she's not final yet. I'm gonna finalize her, so I'm gonna do it in another layer. Because I have to merge everything, and I don't know about you guys, but when I go to merge everything, I have to make another layer. I can't just merge things and, you know. Oh. Okay, you ready? Let's see how it looks. Do you see this where it looks like there's white lines, but as soon as you zoom in, oh, I messed up. Buh. Never mind, I was wrong. It is white lines. I messed up. Oh, I know what I did. Crap. I know what I did. Go back. Go back. Control Z. I remember now. It's because for some reason with this, yo, I was like trying to be cool, and then look over here. I have a bunch of filled in lines where the line art's supposed to go, but I forgot to do it down here. So I have to do that real quick. That's what happened. I messed up. I'm looking, but I don't see what's happening. Huh? Here, let's try it again. Do it. Oh, hi, Fala. Do art. Art. It's art time. Oh, yeah, it's art time. Okay, so basically I'm filling in all the line art. What? The areas where line art is are. Oh, wait. There. Everything is filled. And now it shouldn't have that weirdness going on again. Whoops. I was trying to be cool, and you won't even let me be cool. Man. There we go. Weird lines are gone. Much better. So here's the final, and if you look underneath, here's the sketch. Wee. I'm still reconsidering the... Hold on. Let me Control Z the final. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a second one. Just because I want to try something out. Let's see. That's right. Aw, thank you guys. You guys are so kind. I want to see which one I like better. Like, this is how I normally finish things. But I kind of wanted to go with a more subtle look. But maybe I'll combine the two instead. So if I like 50% this, it's like half and half. That way it's not too bright, like my normal look. It has like a little bit of contrast in there. There. What? I want to see how it takes for an outline. Wait, what? No. That's pretty good. Yay. All right. Thank you guys. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it came out. Heck yeah. I wanted to kind of look as close as I can to like a legit anime reference. So if I look up... Oh crap, is it Growlithe? If I look up like a... I don't know, a random reference from an anime character sheet, whatever it's called. Anime character sheet. No, get out of here. Kind of like... Oh no, I'm itchy. I hope that's not... Bug bite. Wait, do they have Nami? Not me in One Piece, bro. Hello? They do have Nami. Wait, I can find a better one. Let me go back. Get off of One Piece. Oops. So are you confident enough to have a final JPEG of your art? Or like most of us, you have 8 saved files? It depends. For animation, I usually have a bunch of saves. But for some art, I'll have one saved PNG and one saved JPEG, but for different... It's for a different reason than, you know, being scared to save things. It's more like one's for posting online and one's for me to have, like, a big size of it. I guess I can remove the border. Ugh. There. Oops. I would argue that mine probably had too much rendering to make it look like it's from a character reference sheet, which is okay. I mean, I like how it looks. But usually they don't have a lot of rendering because it really depends. Sometimes they use these sheets so they could color pick off of it. And so mine would not work for that at all. But for what it is, it works. Like, just a reference in general. Here, if I want to lay down the colors, let's see. Clicking the wrong things help? Who did that? Thank you for the wink. Hi, Taco. how you did the glow. I have a auto action. Oh, you can't see it because of the list. Hold on. On the left, once I take the list off, I have an auto action. So the auto action actually allows me to have different styles of finishing stuff. Finishing art. My goodness, my brain. Here, hold on. Is this it? CSP is so cool. Hope you're doing well, Taco. Sweetie! Oh no. Hold on, it's loading real quick. 1 second. Hi, Fala. Yeah, I think this is the one. Here you go. This is the one that I have. That I use. I typically use modern because I like the light glow with it. Yeah, no worries. I love the look of Toei. It's like the old anime Toei. I don't really use Jujutsu Kaisen style, although it's really good for if you really like gothic stuff. Attack on Titan Season 4 doesn't really change too much. Maybe it changes a little bit, but not a whole lot. I don't use the retro because I do my own kind of retro, and I use the 2010s whenever I... like this, so... You remember how I made one of the things darker and one of them was lighter? The lighter one was modern anime, and the darker one was the 2010s anime. And those are the main ones I use, is modern 2010s. Mostly modern though. Yeah. Makes my brain dead. Oh no, Taco. Yeah, no worries, Hi Fala. I hope it helps. Yeah. I don't know what that was. I know you're talking about After Effects for something that you couldn't do in DaVinci. Yes. Did you see the... Oh, the Adobe thing? I still haven't gotten into After Effects, but I did hear about Adobe doing some crappy stuff. I didn't look too much into it because I don't have Adobe, but I heard it was beans, bro. I heard Adobe's been doing... Oh gosh, I dropped my stuff. Has been doing beans things, which really sucks because, again, the reason I even want to go into using After Effects is because most animation companies use After Effects. So, of course, naturally, I'm going to be like, oh man, I really want to use After Effects because I want to be professional too. Blah, 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 blah. And after, like, I don't know what's going to happen. Are they going to keep using After Effects? I can't imagine them changing because I'm sure a lot of companies are head deep in After Effects. Or, sorry, I say Adobe stuff, not just After Effects, my brain. It's kind of hard to, it's like the Unity thing, bro. A lot of people wanted to move away from Unity, but it's hard to do when you're so ingrained in using, like, a software. Not to say that you shouldn't try to pursue changing, especially if they're doing really crappy stuff, but I'm just saying it's hard. Aw, sweetie. That's really good to hear. Sorry, I keep sorry, excuse me. That's really good to hear, sweetie. Yeah, hi, Fala. I can't allow Adobe to do that. So what, wait, we just renewed Unity. Wish we could change. Look, so the Unity thing, I think they pulled back on that. The Unity thing was that they were gonna charge people, right? For whatever, downloads or something. I think they pulled back, but they pulled back a little too late because people were, like, really mad about that. Understandably so. But they were really mad about that. I think that's all the colors. And the reason I want to put these around is because then I can have this on top. And you could still pull the colors. You could just color pick right off of the color thing over here. I wonder if I should have the eyes. Hold on. Let me have the eye colors. Oh, there's too many eye colors. Ugh. Help. Sorry, one sec. Let me just lay down some colors and I'll be good. This is mostly for reference, so anyone can just color pick easy. If they want. Obviously you don't have to, but there we go. That's mostly because I rendered this, and because I rendered it, you can't easily color pick because there's too many freaking colors everywhere. So, so if I add the option to color pick, it just makes it easier for some people. I love having, when people have colors on their reference sheet. Some people don't do that. To each their own, but I like it. There we go. We need to have competition for Adobe. There's a lot. Oh, I don't know if I bookmarked it. Now, are they as good as Adobe? I can't say because I don't use a lot of these, but if I did bookmark this one, let me see if I bookmarked it. I hope I did. I don't think I did. Crap. Because basically, what it is it's a list that someone came out with that has a bunch of different alternatives for all of the Adobe. If I type Adobe, maybe it's lists of lists. If you want to paste it, Fasago, you could paste it. Post it. Yeah, put it in the Discord. Let me see. We might be looking at the same thing. But it's such a good list. Oh, I spelled Adobe wrong. Oh my goodness, Adobe. Not to be mistaken for Adobo, which is great. Unlike Adobe. Oh, I found it. The one that I'm talking about. I don't know about Fasago, but... Hold on. This list. Not that. Not this. This. I'll put it in the chat. This list has a bunch of alternatives for if you use like a bunch of Adobe products or like Photoshop, yada yada. This list has a bunch of alternatives. And the ones I can guarantee work really well, I used to use GIMP. I can't guarantee nowadays just because I don't use it now, but GIMP is one that I used to use and I liked it when I was using it. Obviously I use Clip Studio. I would always vouch for Clip Studio. I heard good things about Psy, but I've never used it. I heard good things about Procreate, never used it. I used Ibis Paint, which also works on iOS. It's weird that it doesn't have it here, but I've used Ibis Paint. I'm not one to draw on my phone or tablets like that, but it works really well for what it is, for what I did use it for, so it's another thing that I've used. I've never used any of this. I don't know what any of that means. I use DaVinci Resolve, obviously. I like DaVinci. It's pretty good. I would recommend. Even if I really do want to use After Effects because a lot of animators use it. So they have a lot of tools for it. But DaVinci is a really good alternative, even if it doesn't have everything. Blender, it works really, really freaking good once you learn it. Just do the donut tutorial, bro. I use Audacity. That works well. More DaVinci. DaVinci. I heard good things about Reaper. This is more Maestro's territory. But FL Studio, again, he uses that all the time. I'm sure he could vouch for that. GarageBand is really good if you want to rip free ringtones legally. I heard good things about Krita from both Rim and Manbear. Toon Boom I've been hearing a lot of. I hear that's really good. Clip Studio I use for animation. Blender, again, really good. I've heard OpenTunes as well. I don't know any of these other ones. Again, Krita. I heard about Pencil 2D. And I don't know any of these. So those are the ones that I know. But as I posted the link earlier in chat, if you guys are looking to lean away from Adobe products, they have some sources. You could check them out. Just make sure you find like the ones that work for you. I know it's so hard to switch from stuff you're so used to using. But ooh. Alright, I'm gonna start getting back to this one. Actually, no, I'm gonna play it a couple times because I'm gonna take a little... I'm gonna catch back up. I'm so hungry. I can't stop thinking about food. Which one? Which one, Taco? Yeah. Feel free to post it. Oh, it is the same list. Oh, never mind. You can still post it. Actually, Fasago, if you want, post it in the Discord for anyone who's not here on stream so they can see it. And they could be like, oh, just in case like it helps anyone else too. If you want. If you want. You saw someone that was uploading like 20 gigs to their cloud storage worth of Nightshade to point. Oh, wow. Did it work? I have no idea how any of that works. You started using GIMP when I was broke for CSP. It works perfectly, in my opinion, as a free tool. Oh my gosh. GIMP, like I said, I used to use GIMP. It worked perfectly. Did I move over to Clip Studio? Yes, it does have more. Granted, it's a paid thing, so understandably, I hope it has more. But GIMP, when I used it, it was perfect for free, especially just for learning. If you just want to learn digital art first before spending money on it. I used to use mouse and keyboard, though, also. And then eventually I moved over to tablet and stuff. I prefer Blender quite a lot since a year or so. Blender is really powerful. It is really powerful. Ibis is good, but you don't like the UI. It's fair. Fair. Yee. Blender Grease Pencil is starting to get out of control with how good it's getting. I'm glad. What are some things you really like about... I don't know much about Blender Grease Pencil. What are some things you really like about it? I need to like it. Thank you, Fasago. Shrimp sushi. Oh, I'm so hungry. FL Studio is so expensive. It is... If music is your passion to the point where, you know... For one, I do highly recommend trying free... Anything you can get your hands on, free products, before you pay for things. Especially if you're not 100% sure if that's what you want to pursue. But once you decide on something you want, in terms of, for example, here, I really want to do animation, but before I got CSP EX, which is better for animation, I was trying to use the limited CSP Pro. There are free animation applications also, but I had CSP at the time because I was doing illustration before animation, and I was thank you, I'll stretch right now and drink. I was using CSP Pro, which, if you don't know, limits you at 24 frames 24 frames total. So I was trying it, and it was really hard to animate, but at least I was learning, right? Eventually, I really enjoyed it. I liked the UI. I liked how it worked. I'm gonna drink real quick. And thank you. And I essentially I paid the money extra for something that I wanted to pursue. But I would always, Millie, have a good one, thank you. Sorry. I would always recommend trying free options first before going head deep into, you know, paying lots of money for something you're not even 100% sure you want to do yet. But yes, long story short, FL is expensive. It's true. It's a nice thought. At the end of the day, I agree. I follow my brain. Thank you, Taco! I am not per se against the poisoning, but in the case of Nightshade, call me a fan. Wait, I think I read that wrong. You know what I mean, lifeless. Ooh. It does, wait. It's so annoying when you want to do APNGs for emotes. Oh, yes, yeah. Yep. You know, I learned something recently. About rendering in DaVinci, and it saved my file sizes. My file sizes used to be gigs. Now it's only a couple gigs, if not, only a few, like, it's a lot of megs, but it's not a gig. Like, I don't know why I've been rendering things to the highest quality. Basically, I was trying to render things at 4K without it being 4K. Unnecessarily. I didn't know. I'm learning. We learn here. Yeah, we were talking about alternatives to a lot of Adobe products, and FL Studio is one of them. My back. Okay, let me move a little bit. Okay, I think I'm gonna put shading on her neck also. Because it'll make the face stand out more. So I'm just gonna straight up throw shading on the neck so that the face stands out more. Buy it once you're done. We were also mentioning, yeah, it's expensive. If music production and composing and stuff is what you really, really want to pursue, it might be worth the cost, but definitely try some alternatives first to make sure that it is what you really want to pursue. Just in case. You never know. You might think it's really cool, and then you're like, eh. This is me speaking generally, for the record, for anyone listening. I just want to make a note. I don't know if they can hear me, but I just want to make a note that I love lurkers. I appreciate you guys. The homies. Ow, I like slapped my chest. I thought it was gonna be cool, and I just hurt myself. Damn it. I'm so cool. Were you doing the silly? Oh, yes. I was lifeless. I was so... Like, I was rendering at best... Literally best quality so unnecessarily. How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes. So everything was huge files. I have learned... But I did not learn soon enough because a lot of my old animations that I've already deleted by now, I can't re-render them into smaller file sizes for uploading online. Basically, what it makes it impossible to upload things online. That's the whole, you know, thing there. I hope I put those all on the right layer. Oh. Oh crap, this is all on the wrong layer. Okay, I'm glad I looked. This is also on the wrong layer. Oh no. Oh wait, this one doesn't matter because I didn't start shading it. Oh no. None of these matter because I didn't start shading them. This one's on the wrong layer. Wait, was this one? This one's all on the wrong layer. Ugh. Okay, let me recolor. Does it really matter that all the shading is on a different layer? Not really. Not really, but it's nice to have that control just in case I need to fix anything. So I'm just going to go real quick. There wasn't a whole lot done. So I'm just gonna fix it all real quick. Actually, I think that was all the shading. Never mind. I made that a bigger deal than it needed to be. Okay. Is this one on the right layer? Yes. And this one's on the wrong layer, but this one's just as simple as bam, bam, done, and then change this back. Wrong layer! Okay, that should be good. Okay. Ooh, have a good lurk. Have a good lurk. Hi, Fala. Thank you. Whee! Has a lot of focus on 3D animation, so expanding that to 2D is really powerful. You can mix 2D, 3D, or cutouts if you're using 3D rigged models. You could also use the outline 3D geometry in ways that are getting close to generating good 2D. It's all really mind-bending. Ah, that sounds really powerful. Maybe one day I'll go into Blender. I used to do some Blender things for funsies. Like I made a slime model on Blender. I thought that was neat. If you guys want to take a sneaky peeky, I think I still have it. But other than that, and it did like wigglies. Other than that, I haven't really touched Blender that much. Where did I put that? Slimy. I made it for I made it for Art Fight. Art Fight. I think it was here. Here's an image of it. I'm not gonna open the file right this second, but if I have the file, I thought I would. Oh, I might not have the file saved. Aw, I don't think I have it. That's okay. Beans. I wanted to show it off because it's like one of the only things I've ever 3D modeled. I don't think it was not last year. That's okay. I did at 1.2 at one point until I realized a lot of fragments in my footage. Yeah, exactly, lifeless. I was like, wait, why is it? Out of curiosity, dear Spelly, what would be your dream commission? What would be the subject of it, the price you're paid, and the amount of time allowed? Yeah, all the money in the world. No, just kidding. Honestly, I guess dream isn't the right word for me, for what I'm about to say. But I'm okay with just like something that pays me $1,500 a month, no matter how long it takes to work on. Now, it would be so cool to work with a studio to work on an episode of anime. That's my dream. It's not really a commission then, you're working for a studio, so I'm kind of breaking, I'll go back to your question, I promise. But if you want to know my dream, it's working in a studio, working on an anime episode, and being paid enough to pay all my bills and stuff. Because I just want to have my name in the credits of like an anime or something. But if I go back to your question and go specifically with what you said... Sorry, I was still looking for the slime. So commission means that I'm the one doing it myself, not working with a studio, so I'm still freelancing. Something fantasy, probably a girl. Sorry to males out there. I'm getting a lot better at drawing and animating males, but we're talking about dreams here. So probably a female subject. Humanoid. It doesn't have to be human. It could be a kimono mini mini, but not a furry, not a mecha. Sorry, mecha and furries. Mecha furry. Furry mecha, wait. Oh gosh, what did I do? Yeah, let me run this by and see if everything looks okay. Probably fantasy. I want to learn magic. Magic, visual effects. Like, stuff like that. I want to do a Sakuga. I don't know. Did I say that right? But it's hella work. Hella work. So as long as if it was to pay me $1,500 a month for as long as it takes to finish it, I have no like preference on how long it takes. As long as it pays me enough to work on it and finish it, so that I have weekends off. Like if you don't know, right now I work 6 days a week, excluding Sundays, except for when I stream on Sunday, then it's 7 days a week. I don't think that's super healthy, but I do it because of the love of what I do and trying to make it work. So I work really hard right now, right? But if this was a dream that we're talking about, I want to make $1,500 a month, working on something that I think is amazing. Something fantasy, something with magic in it, something actiony. But it might take a long time doing it myself, which is the hardest part, honestly. But that would be like a dream commission. Realistically, it's probably not gonna happen, because that's a lot to pay for someone for something like that, right? Because I don't know how long that would take. But that would cover, I wouldn't have to do anything else. That would cover everything. As for the subject specifically, it doesn't, again, female humanoid. I don't have like a specific character in mind. I guess just, it's hard to say, but just someone that really interests me. Which is hard to specify. A magical girl anime would be so cool, or a movie show. Oh, that would be so cool. Okamino, I appreciate you. Visago. It's fine. I'm used to being told I'm not. Wait, what? Techno? But yeah, again, my dream would be to work animation studio, so I'm not the only one doing it, and working on a legit anime to be there in the credits, even if it doesn't pay super well, as long as it pays my bills. But dream commission would be something like that. I hope that answered your question a little bit. I'm gonna do the eyes too. I'm gonna do the eyes. Oh, wait, let me grab. I have a cool reference. Let me open it though. If I have it. Oh, if I don't have it, I'll have to find it. Oh. I've actually been thinking about, like, you know, there are people who offer their services for monthly rates rather than just one-time commission, yada yada. So, like, for example, people who do thumbnails for someone for an entire month, they'll be like $500 and I'll make all your thumbnails up to a certain number of thumbnails for your YouTube videos or for your shorts or whatever they need thumbnails for, right? I've considered pursuing something like that. If it was $500 a month, I don't know, does that sound too expensive? If it was $500 a month, I would only need 2 clients, and that would pay at least my bills. It wouldn't pay enough after that, but it would at least pay my bills. I don't have a lot of bills, but I'm still trying my best to stay above the surface. I'm very fortunate, though, in the very least. So I'm looking for my example right now. Nah. Anime song. Oh, I found it. Hold on. How do I open this again? No, that's not it. Here it is. Heck yeah, I love this. If you guys use PureRef for your references the way that I do, I'm telling you guys right now, please update your PureRef because they added the feature where you can upload GIFs into PureRef and they play in PureRef. You don't have to upload a GIF and it doesn't play, but you can open it, but it doesn't play. They actually play from PureRef now. So just random. Ah, sweetie, that'd be so amazing. One day, let's see, win the lottery. No, win the lottery for all of us. No, yeah. It's tough. We be out here, though. Alright. I don't think I'll have enough time to do the eyes, but I'll at least start doing some shading in the eye. I'm looking at my reference, and they actually don't add shading until, like, closer to here. No, even closer, like here. I love references, bro. Ugh. Pre-spread the love. But if you guys ever win the lottery, don't tell anyone. Do not. I don't care how much you trust them. First of all, I'm not your mom. I can't tell you what to do, but I'm warning you. I'm not telling you, I'm warning you. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone you won the lottery. Please. People change. When they find out, like, someone won the lottery, they can and will change, bro. Just don't tell me. Don't tell anyone. If I won the lottery, I wouldn't even tell Maestro. Sorry, Maestro. I mean, there would be signs. There would be signs that I won the lottery, but I would not tell you guys. Sorry. Will I support and throw love? Absolutely. Will I tell anyone? No. Don't tell anyone. For your safety and for theirs, don't tell anyone. I will keep yelling this. Random thought, but yeah, don't. Again, do what you want, because I'm not your mom, but, you know. Ayokuni. It's fine, I don't blame you. Yeah. Look, if you win the lottery, Maestro, don't tell me, because if I know, it's not that I'm gonna go around and tell people. What if people come to me and threaten? Okay, I watch too many movies. What if people come to me and threaten me like, did Maestro win the money? Where's the money at? And I'm like, I don't know, but I'm kind of stupid, and I'm probably gonna be like, what? But I don't know where the money is, and that just gave away the fact that I knew that he won the lottery. Don't tell people, because you're saving their life too. You don't know if people could threaten them. If they don't know, they don't know. And then they can be honest about not knowing because they don't know. Don't tell people. Yeah. Don't tell people. There you go. That's the reason you don't tell people, because they could be threatened. It's real, it happens. Get a lawyer. Get a financial. What are they? Is that an accountant? Is that what they're called? Techno. Get a financial advisor, and get a lawyer if you win the lottery. Absolutely. Keep it legal. Keep it safe, bro. Keep your money. Make your money. Take your money. Make more money. Absolutely don't spend it all. But again, to each their own. It's your life. But if you win that money, you could make money. You don't even have to spend the money. You can live off of the interest for that money if you know what you're doing, which I don't, which is why I would get a financial advisor. or whatever accountant, whatever they're called. Aw, beans. Yeah, keep it hidden. Keep it hidden. People go crazy. Even family. I'm sorry. If you guys trust your family, I'm glad you have a good relationship with them. I'm happy for you. People change. Money makes people go crazy, bro. Even yourself. Don't trust yourself. That's why you get all these legal people, which, again, you still have to be careful with, but you can only be so careful. It sucks. But people go crazy. Don't even trust yourself. Don't even tell yourself that you won the lottery. But yeah, family, don't. Like, it sucks. It's just, I'm just out here protecting y'all and your family. Alright, we haven't finished it, but we're getting there. I'm so excited. Wait, just wait. You think it looks good now? I think it looks pretty good. When I start adding those eye details, I'm so excited for it. I'm like hitting myself. I'm sorry. Episode 200 is coming. It's coming. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? It's on Wednesday. If you did not know, we are on episode 198. It's in the title of the stream. The episode is always in the title. Tomorrow is episode 199, and then Wednesday is episode 200. I can't believe I messed that up already. We're gonna find someone to raid. I think I'm gonna try something new. I tried it yesterday. It worked pretty well. I'm gonna try that raid browser. Twitch is doing a new thing called raid browser, and it lets you find people to raid. The more people use it, the more likely they'll keep it around, and I think it's a pretty good feature. So far, from what I can tell, we can find people to raid without having to go through the huge hassle of doing it outside of stream. So I'm gonna be taking a sneaky peeky at people while we talk about winning the lottery and how you're not going to tell people that you won it. Like, don't get me wrong, exactly what Sick Ripper said. Use it to support people, especially yourself. First of all, if you have bills, if you have debt, if you have anyone to pay off, do yourself a favor. Do you first. Sorry, I am beans right now. You do you first. But after everything's paid off, and your family, if you're close with your family, do help them. If you're close with them. Yes. Oh my gosh, Techno, exactly. Well, listen to what Techno said too. Even I can't know exactly, Maestro. They'll tell, if Maestro wins the lottery, they'll tell Maestro. It is Wednesdays, my dude. Right, I'm so excited. Did I say that wrong? Oh no, Techno! Oh no, not like that! Oh my goodness. You have a spreadsheet? Ooh. Spreadsheets are fun. There's one thing you could buy, for when I can use it. 50k tax? Wait. What? Okamino? Huh? The Redskins. Sick River. I have a Patreon tier that's really big. I took a chance and I heeded my manager's advice and I wanted to try. YouTube na. Yes, exactly, Vasago. I don't think anyone will ever. Well, okay, I shouldn't doubt myself, but if anyone does go for it, yes, I will. I would. I don't even know, but it is there. It is an option, and it is something that I heeded. My manager had like a whole thing about why to do it and everything, and I was like, you know what? I have nothing to lose. We'll do it. We'll throw that in there. So we did it. I think I've seen this person around. They're working on a sticker sheet right now. You guys want to go say hi to someone new? The whole point of doing this raid thing is to find new people. Let's go say hi to someone new. Someone new! They're doing art. They're working on a sticker sheet right now. It's very cute. Alright, gang. It's that time. Oh, sweetie. Oh, man. Our luck. Our luck. Oh! It allows for a big tax write-off. Oh, I see what you mean, Okamino. If you haven't already, please check out our Instagram and or our Twitter. Twitter is where I main. Discord, we are doing a new art event. Please join the art event. We have put a lot of work into it, and it will be a team event. You do not have to do everything yourself. That would be a lot to ask for. You don't have to do everything yourself. But I'm really looking forward to seeing and creating the teams and seeing what comes out of them. More information on the Discord. We are going to go for a raid. We're going to go say hi to someone new. I really like their model, and they're working on some pretty cute art. If you're going on the raid, copy and paste the first one for if you are not subbed, and the second one if you are subbed. Either way, you guys are amazing. Either way. I'm gonna start. See, look, wait, did I mention to you guys that my microphone would not break after I had to spend that whole time talking in the beginning, where it just kept breaking, and now it's not breaking? What the F, bro? I'm glad it didn't break, but you saw what I said, and it's true. It's true. True. All right, gang. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be working on some background work. I'm kind of looking forward to it. I've been wanting to work on a little bit of background. Not my favorite thing to do, but we will try out some new stuff. So I look forward to it. I'll see you guys there.